blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Okay, honorable senators and our two parties, welcome back to the afternoon session. The governor's team were on the floor, and like I did mention before we broke for lunch, you have 1 hour, 50 minutes to proceed.
During this last session of the proceedings, we are humbly guided by your guidance as to the question of the remaining period of 1 hour and 50 minutes. We only wanted to seek two clarifications. One, whether the 1 hour 50 minutes includes the county assembly's cross-examination period. Two, during yesterday's proceedings, the key witness, who was the mover of the motion, was cross-examined for 2 hours, 10 minutes by the defense. Therefore, we are seeking guidance as to whether we shall also be accorded equal time. Reason being, Mr. Speaker, the witness testifying at the moment is actually, or would rather be regarded in normal circumstances as the accused. Save us for the presence of this honorable house. So we'd want to have some pretty enough time with him. That then means the time that he spends in his examination in chief be accorded to the same time that we spend with him. But we shall be conscious that the house needs to break to make its determination. Much obliged.
Oh, okay, in the meantime, we will assume that it will include 1 hour, 50 minutes will include cross-examination, but I will come back later in the course of our deliberations to give a final ruling on that. Let's proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the governor is out here and he was coming. I beg, Mr. Speaker, sir, just your indulgence, just for a flash of a minute. I just confirm, because we just left together and I was coming this way. I don't know what may have happened. Just a minute, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. I beg your kindness.
Okay, that's okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Senator Kajwang? Senator Kajwang? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, considering that we are 1 hour, 15 minutes behind schedule, which then means that it is inevitable that today's sitting will not end any time earlier than 8 p.m. Would it be in order to seek your indulgence that the 1 hour, 50 minutes that is pending for presentation of evidence and prosecution of the case by the executive started counting at 2 o'clock when you took that seat? Because this delay cannot then be offloaded on the Senate when the Senate was here on time. And that kind of ruling will then also cause the executive to hasten, because you cannot be sitting here for 15 minutes waiting.
What's your point of order, Senator Murkomen?
The Speaker, I don't agree with Senator Kajwang. We can sit up to midnight. This will not be the first day to do so. But most importantly, when yesterday we delayed for 45 minutes, the parties indulged us. So there's no need to go that direction. And considering, Mr. Speaker, that it's only 15 minutes difference, we should not waste even more time. Let's just proceed.
I think the senators were just being cautious, and I know His Excellency, the Governor for Nairobi, was a deputy whip here, and he knows what it means to keep time. So, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
So, Mr. Speaker, by the time we went for lunch, there was a clip which was supposed to be played by the ICT team, which was in the public domain, to confirm on the unearthing of this bursary scandal payments. So, I just want to remind the ICT team to play that clip.
Let's start off with a conversation that you're having even. Let's start off with a conversation that you're having even right now as you speak. You're calling it Nairobi MCA's bursary heist. We are calling it stealing from the poor. This is the amount of money that has so far been lost, and there is still more counting. So tonight we begin with the blatant theft of bursaries at the Nairobi County Assembly. Imagine applying for bursary for your son or daughter, and upon approval, the check is diverted to a personal account of your local leader. Well, investigations by the Director of Criminal Investigations and the EACC have unearthed a cartel among MCAs in Nairobi who have diverted bursaries to limited companies and their personal accounts. Some of the schools that were supposed to benefit from the bursary kitty wrote to the DCI clarifying that they have never received any checks or money. Stephen Leto reports on this latest scandal at the City Hall.
Cases of bright but needy students failing to join Form 1 due to lack are reported beginning of every school term. Most of these cases, poor parents have knocked doors to seek bursaries in vain. A probe by the DCI and ESCC has unearthed the rot in the Nairobi County Assembly, with some MCAs allegedly channeling bursary funds into personal accounts. In 2018, the Banking Fraud Investigations Department launched investigations after it emerged millions of shillings meant for bursaries were ending up in private pockets. The DCI wrote to various schools in question asking whether they had received checks to benefit needy students in their schools. General Mulinge High School replied saying the school did not receive any check for money and the student in question was not in the school, yet the money had already been cashed. Administrators at Sengani Girls School also told the DCI that the school did not receive any check as alleged. Kariti Secondary School have the same account of not receiving any check despite records showing it had received the money. Bursaries in question ranging from 5,000 shillings to 25,000 shillings per student. But where was all these monies going to? The DCI in its investigations report concluded that one school was established in Nairobi by the name Kobudo Educational Center that was used as a conduit to deny thousands of pupils their rights. Directors of this establishment were found to be one Job Omondi, working in Nairobi County Water Department. Francis Ouma, said to be a personal assistant to current MCA David Mberia, who is also the minority leader in the assembly. Queensta Ouma, a wife to the PA, and Nancy Nasimiu, wife to Job Omondi, was also named as a director. Investigators found a trail of withdrawals, all by one Job Omondi, done on different occasions. First, he took out 449,000 shillings. In another occasion, 624,000 shillings, and then withdrew 900,000 shillings. When the DCI was on this trail, detectives found 77 forged bursary checks and 129 imaged checks amounting to 4.5 million shillings in one of the local banks. Another trail put Kitusuru MCA Alvin Palapala, linking him to NR Talvo Limited, a company that also received diverted checks. James Momita and
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on page 234, there is a statement for Kobudo Educational Center, the fake school, where MCAs used to take their checks and withdraw the proceeds in cash. So, page 234, Mr. Speaker, for example, this does not affect Nairobi City County only, Mr. Speaker. Even CDF funds in various county constituencies in Nairobi, they're also victims of this scandal. Because as you can see, transaction number 1, this is a check, it's a transaction in 30th June 2016. There's a check from Langata Constituency Development Fund of 56,000, which was credited. Then the same day, the same was withdrawn in cash at current branch. 54,000 was withdrawn in cash. In the interest of time, Mr. Speaker, I'll not explain the entire statement because it's self-explanatory, but I'll take you to the transactions in the same page for 2016 before I became the governor. The same scandal was ongoing. Page 235, Mr. Speaker, these are cash deposits from Nairobi County, bursary fund, withdrawn in cash from current branch, transaction number 4 from the top of page 235. You'll find there is a check that was deposited, then there is our cash withdrawal. I just want to focus on Nairobi City County government alone, Mr. Chair. So, if we go to page 236, same transactions, Mr. Chair. Page 237, same. For instance, a good example, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, page 234. Okay, I was not the governor yet, but the same scenario is witnessed here. For instance, the first transaction on the 17th June 2017, another check from Nairobi City County Government, 25,000 was deposited in the Kubudu account. Another check, second transaction, 25 deposited, 25 deposited. Fourth transaction, there was a cash withdrawal from Cooperative Bank, 125,000. Monies meant for poor students withdrawn in cash by proxies for MCAs, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the scandal did not stop there. My first month in office, page 238, transaction number 1, Mr. Chair. You can see it there. Check from Nairobi City County Government, 25,000. Second transaction, check from Nairobi City County, 25,000. Deposit to this fake school, 25,000. There are so many transactions, Mr. Chair. 25,000, 25,000. But Mr. Chair, I want to refer the House to the third last transaction on page 238 on the 6th September 2019. 2017, Mr. Chair, I apologize, 2017. My first month in office, Mr. Chair. All these checks which were deposited, Mr. Chair, yeah, various checks, as you can see, page 238 from the top towards the bottom, 1, 2, 3, fourth last transaction. You can see all this money was withdrawn in cash by Job Omondi. I think he's the PA to the MCA Karen. He withdrew, Mr. Chair, 449,000 in cash. The following day, he went to a different branch, cargo branch. He withdrew another 25,000, Mr. Chair. So the statements are self-explanatory, Mr. Chair. We go again to page 241. 241. Page 241, Mr. Chair. Again, checks from Nairobi City County Government. Transaction number 1, 19th September 2017. You can see the trend, Mr. Chair. Various checks from Nairobi City County Government were deposited, yeah, in favor of this fake school, fake account opened by MCAs, Mr. Chair. You can see there are several transactions there, 25,000. The same PA to MCA withdrew the money in cash, 900,000, on the 21st September 2017, Mr. Chair. So on page 243, Mr. Chair, the various checks where the mover was complaining, the checks which I refused to release. There is a check in favor of Kobuto Educational Center. The check is for City Hall Branch Cooperative Bank. Amount is 25,000. Account is Nairobi City County. But you see the check, why, Mr. Speaker, we refuse to release this, any further checks. The check was dated 26th April 2017. And it was deposited on 9th September 2018. They are forging and backdating these checks, Mr. Chair.
Excellency, you've shown the House various transactions with deposits and withdrawals. Would you say, by any means, that you have failed to disburse bursary?
No, Mr. Chair, because at this juncture, there were numerous complaints from parents, yeah, from various wards, Mr. Chair. And they were raising this complaint that their checks were issued, but they were not released to the various schools, Mr. Chair, countrywide. So, Mr. Chair, what the mover did not tell us, the reason why I refused to release these checks. This was one of the major reasons, Mr. Chair, as to why I refused to release these checks. The matter was subject to investigations. We engaged the DCI, the Banking Fraud Department, and the truth was finally discovered, Mr. Chair.
Now, then I'll take you to the second lib of the charge for gross violation of the Constitution and the law. It is the mover's allegation that you as the governor for Nairobi have violated Article 10.
Mr. Chair, after unearthing this scandal and all the suspects were arraigned in court, we came up with a new law, Mr. Chair. This is one of the documents which have been refused to table. I'll just mention it for the purposes of Hansard. Mr. Chair, we came with this law, the Public Finance Management into brackets Nairobi City County Bursary and Scholarship Fund Regulation. I'll just mention, I'll not table.
Yeah, there is an intervention here. Yes, what's your...
We have an objection on the document the witness is relying on. We do not have the advantage of service of that particular document, so we have no ability of leading any evidence in rebuttal of that documents. We highly object to the witness relying on the documents not before this tribunal.
Yes, there's an intervention also by one of your counsel.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we allowed them to refer to communication and documents from their mobile phones. When I rose to object, the response was, raise that in your cross. 1. 2, they served us late with their documents. And Mr. Speaker, sir, we are entitled to call a public document because this is in their county assembly, with respect.
Further, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is common knowledge that each person is expected to know the law. That is a statute by the county assembly. And for that matter, it is not just any other document. And the witness is making reference to a statute. Then that goes to the benefit of everybody, including this House. And he's indicated that it's one of the documents that we could not produce, but it is the law. The law ought to be placed in public, and law can always be cited. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay, it seems to be...
One thing, we as long as it's an enacted law, we have no problem. But we have seen them relying even on bills that are still pending before these houses. So let us be led to the law that the witness is relying on. We'll be much obliged to reply as and when our time comes. As long as it's a law duly enacted, we have no problem, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, that's a sideshow.
Okay.
Already we've made our point that it's a law.
Oh, it's a law, okay. You will look at
It's
it.
not a
Okay,
bill.
proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the Public Finance Management into brackets Nairobi City County Bursary and Scholarship Fund Regulation, Mr. Speaker. Section 10 and 11 states that the Executive Committee shall thereafter issue the necessary bank instructions that shall cause the lump sum payments to be effected by the paying bank to the relevant bank accounts of the beneficiary institutions of learning as prepared by the various county committees. This is where the problem between myself and the MCA started, Mr. Chair. B, Mr. Speaker, the relevant details of the successful applicants shall be communicated to the paying bank by the Executive Committee while issuing instructions for payment, Mr. Speaker. These are the precautions we raised after discovering that the release of checks direct to MCS, we were losing a lot of money, Mr. Chair. The last one, Mr. Chair, Section 11. Executive Committee shall cause preparation of the bursary voucher bearing the following details. A, full name of the learning institution, Mr. Chair, whether it's a school. B, Mr. Chair, full name of the student. C, Mr. Chair, admission number of the students. D, Mr. Chair, the bursary amount to be disbursed in favor of the beneficiaries' students to every school, Mr. Chair. This was just a method to curb the misappropriation of funds by MCS. Again, Mr. Speaker, I will refer to the statement, which you are not producing because of your ruling. But in this statement, Mr. Chair, we remitted funds to all the schools, all the beneficiaries, the students, via RTGS.
Are you referring to, we didn't admit it?
Mr. Speaker, you didn't allow us to.
So if we didn't allow it, then you
had
can.
copies of each, but the problem, Mr. Speaker, there are evidence that they also brought it at night.
Let him identify the document for purposes of identification. Let him identify the document.
You disallowed us, Mr. Speaker, to, but I can. Okay,
Yeah,
we have the law, Mr.
Yeah,
Speaker.
yeah, the law is okay, but if we didn't allow that one.
Satisfied statement from the Cooperative Bank of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. We have 80 copies. If you are allowed, we can supply to each and every senator, Mr. Speaker. Based on your ruling, Mr. Speaker, we are not able to supply this.
Not
we have
now.
them here.
Not now.
Satisfied, Mr. Speaker. Today's date.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to that document, I would request that this house, being a house that deals with the matters touching on the county governments, it may just have that document for its information at some point, even if it's not going to relate the same to the impeachment proceedings.
In addition, Mr. Speaker, even the mover himself.
Kazo, take your seat. Allowed you to. That's what we are discouraging, just crossing over. Yes.
The mover, Mr. Speaker, there is no sideshows to divert this attention, serious issue of diverting bursary funds. All his beneficiaries from his ward benefited from these bursary funds after we unearthed the scandal. We did RTGS to all the banks, and all the students from Embakasi, his ward, benefited, and have the full list of beneficiaries, Mr. Speaker, in this statement.
Okay, but we have not admitted it yet. So.
For the Hansard purposes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Your Excellency, I had referred you to the second limb of the charge on gross violation of the Constitution and the law, and any other law. That is 1B, where it is alleged that as Governor of Nairobi, you violated Article 10, Article 201, B and D of the Constitution by failing and refusing and neglecting to comply with the provisions of Regulation 20 of the Public Finance Management County Governments Regulations 2015, which failure, refusal, and or negligence has compromised the provision of services envisaged under Part 2 of the 4th schedule of the Constitution, inter alia, most crucial provision of health services during the raging pandemic.
That is not. Okay.
And I would request that you answer the same together with C, where it is alleged that as Governor for Nairobi, you have violated Article 187(2)A of the Constitution and Article 5.2 of the Deed of Transfer by your continued willful refusal to execute the statutory warrants essential in the release of funds from the County Revenue Fund, which has granted the provision of services not only in the county executive but of the Nairobi Metropolitan Services. What would you say?
Mr. Chair, these are just sideshows. Mr. Chair, pursuant to Article 96 of the Constitution, Mr. Chair, this House, through its, I think, Health Committee chaired by Senator Mbito for Trans Nzoia, a couple of weeks ago, we appeared, Mr. Chair, before the Senate. There was a stalemate on the release of funds. Mr. Chair, I'd like to refer this Honorable House, Mr. Chair, to affidavit marked 10E, I think page 106, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the CS Treasury is on record confirming In fact, there is a letter CS Ukuri attorney wrote to NMS General Body and a copy to us, confirming that there was no legal framework for Treasury or county government, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, to disburse funds to NMS, Mr. Chair. So as Mr. Chair, we are being impeached because we are obeying the law. We are obeying the Constitution. These people want us to break the law, just the way it happened during the mess scandal during the Ministry of Health, Mr. Chair. We were forced from our allocations to release money direct to the national government. Yeah, Mr. Chair. This money was used to purchase health equipment. Some of them were never supplied to counties, Mr. Chair. And in the report, that report, Mr. Chair, this House, Honorable Senate, recommended that some senior officers in government should be charged. Ministers, PSs should be charged, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to refer the committee to that particular page, I think 106, affidavit number 10, I think.
Yes, an intervention by Senator Khaniri.
Speaker, I had to intervene the governor, but I expect the governor, having been a member of this House, knows how to address the chair. He's kept referring to you as Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, and I think that is wrong. The governor knows the rules of this House. This is the Speaker, not the Chair. So we must have our records correctly.
I apologize for that, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, sir. This is the committee of the whole.
You are apologizing by repeating the same mistake.
Yeah.
Okay. And Council, you will need know the time. We are trying to manage time, so try to guide the governor so that you're able to cover as much ground as possible to allow also cross-examination. Okay.
I'm guided, Mr. Speaker. Now, you referred to a letter from the CS Treasury.
Yes.
A letter in document marked 10E.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Before this letter, there was another letter.
What's the date of that letter?
30th of November 2020. The letter is dated 30th November 2020 after my impeachment motion in the County Assembly. And one of the grounds for my impeachment was that I refused.
Who is the author of that letter?
The author of this letter, Mr. Speaker, is CS Treasury.
What is the letter about?
The letter, Mr. Chair, which we received on 4th of December 2020, still after my impeachment by the County Assembly.
Yes.
It is addressed to Major General Badi. Okay, first addressed to me. My Honorable Mike's reference number is there. And then addressed to Governor Mike Sonko and General Badi, Director General NMS. And reference is framework for financing transferred functions, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable members.
Yes, what does the letter entail?
In brief, Mr. Chair, in the essence of time, the Minister or CS Treasury is admitting that the AG and his office have now come up with a legal framework, and they're advising me now to release the funds to NMS, Mr. Chair.
Senator, there's an intervention by Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. Let's consult in low tones.
Could you clarify, because that letter is not in 10E. The letter is not in 10E, Mr. Nyamu. Oh, the volume is too low. Okay, the volume is now high.
I think the senator is in a different
10E.
affidavit. Just go to 10.
10?
It's 10E.
I want to apologize, Mr. Speaker. I think the letter is not paginated. The affidavit is not paginated.
It's not,
maybe
yes.
due to
The document is not paginated, unfortunately, and we apologize for that.
Oh.
But the letter is...
4, 5, wait, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The last 10 pages, Mr. Speaker. Come from the last page, count 1, 2, 3 to 10. You'll find the letter there. From the last, from the back, back page.
Yeah, my learned friend is showing me that his is paginated and it's page 106 of the bundle.
Actually, I mentioned about that. Thank you, Council, for the mover.
Page 106 of the bundle marked 10E. Yes, so what are you saying in relation to that letter? Did you have legal framework as at 26th of November 2020 when the motion was initiated?
No, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, because there is another letter also, which was also stopped from producing. The minister was telling the Director General of NMS not to release any funds. But in this letter dated 30th November 2020 and received on 4th December 2020 after my impeachment motion, the Treasury is advising us to release the funds to NMS because they have now come with a legal framework for the release of money, which is still contrary to Section Article 219 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
Now, on the matter touching on execution of warrants, on the matter touching on the execution of warrants to pave way for release of funds for the operations of the Nairobi Metropolitan Services.
Number B.
Were there any hiccups or disputes?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. There are so many hiccups and disputes. Because everybody who's supporting NMS, Mr. Speaker, is always talking about Article 187A. They're not focusing towards the end, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, of this article which talks about the transfer of functions, Article 187.2b, Mr. Chair, which I'll just want to read, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Even if you can see in my accusations, number B, I'm being accused for defying Article 187.1a. But 187.2b, Mr. Speaker, which I'm about to read to the Honorable House, states as follows. I'm aware that 187.1a talks about the deed of transferred functions to be transferred, funds to follow these functions. But Mr. Speaker, towards the end of this same article, 187.2b states constitutional responsibility for the performance of the function or exercise of the power shall remain with the government to which it is assigned by the 4th schedule. Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Mr. Speaker, there were so many illegalities, Mr. Speaker, which were being committed, Mr. Speaker, by NMS and senior officials in Treasury. A very good example, Mr. Speaker, this was not the first budget, the 37 billion budget for me to reject, Mr. Speaker, because I believe in the rule of law, Mr. Speaker. I respect the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, a couple of months ago, they brought a similar illegal budget, a supplementary one, Mr. Speaker, of 15 billion. I have no problem, Mr. Speaker, with the transferred functions. Let them take the money of the transferred functions, Mr. Speaker. But it is wrong for them to interfere with the 6 functions which I'm left with, Mr. Speaker. Bursary fund, Mr. Speaker. Poor students, we used to give them between 10,000 to 20,000, Mr. Speaker. But now we'll end up giving them 800 bob because they have taken everything, Mr. Speaker. Money for disaster, fuel for our fire engines, Mr. Speaker. Money for constructing stadiums, Mr. Speaker. Social halls, technical universities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to, you just allow me for the purposes of answer, Mr. Speaker. This is one of the documents, and I want to confirm which we have not produced. But for purposes of records, Mr. Speaker, just allow me to just capture, just...
No, orders. If they are not...
okay, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
So, Mr. Speaker, in that similar budget, I refuse to accent. It was passed again illegally. There is the 2/3 majority, accented, gazetted by the government printer. Mr. Speaker, I wrote a protest letter to the Attorney General, Solicitor General, explained that this is an illegality committed. And for the first time, Mr. Speaker, the Solicitor General concurred with me in his response. I'll not table the letter. He concurred with me in the response. He replied the letter to Director General, NMS, all the relevant authorities, Controller of Budget, Treasury CS, and the government printer. And the AG advised the government printer, the governor is right, degazette this budget. And Mr. Chair, it was degazetted. We were called in State House. The president himself called me. I told him, Your Excellency, you are being misled. These guys have taken everything. I just donated my functions because of the court cases which I'm facing. I was told that I'm going to be helped. We are going to work together with the president. I was not told that the general is going to take over these functions, Mr. Chair.
Now, Your Excellency, are there pending disputes on the question of the warrants or appropriation in relation to NMS?
Mr. Speaker, there are so many pending disputes. As you are speaking, Mr. Speaker, the High Court vied petition number E348 of 2020 before the Honorable Justice Murima has suspended the Nairobi City County Appropriation Act 2020.
Do you have the document there? Do you have the pleading there?
Yes, we have the document, Mr. Speaker. Page...
What page is it?
Page 369 of Volume 2. From 369?
369
I think 305. The matter came up for mention.
Of 10H.
And the orders were extended.
Mr. Speaker. Go to the document, please.
Page 367, I think it's marked as GM19 of Volume 2, Mr. Speaker. Court order, ruling number 1, delivered delivered on, I think, the 7th of December, Mr. Speaker. A court order, Mr. Speaker, yes. It's a court ruling, Mr. Speaker.
In which case is that ruling?
Sorry?
In which case is that ruling?
In this case, Mr. Speaker, the Nairobi City County government is the petitioner, suing NMS, AG, General Badi himself, various generals from the military who have taken over some various functions in the county, General Frederick Lerura, General Mbidi, General Nyakundi, General Njoroge, General Biomdo, General Musoma, Kangete Tuku, CS, Department of National Treasury, Department of Devolution, Nairobi City County Assembly, and the Controller of Budgets. We all sued them, Mr. Speaker, and the court agreed with us that there was an illegality which was performed. And,
Mr. Speaker, the witness is referring to the document marked Volume 2. Volume 2, 2D, the affidavit of the governor, the document marked D, Volume 2, page 369. Yes, so what happened in that case?
The entire act, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, was suspended temporarily pending the hearing and determination of our petition, Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
Is there any other disputes that is pending before any other organ?
Mr. Speaker, there are so many cases which were filed in court by various stakeholders in court, which are awaiting determination and hearing, Mr. Speaker. We also registered a dispute with the intergovernmental okay, the letter was captured in the ruling of Mrima. Because, Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat myself. We just donated our functions to the national government. And I want to repeat again, we have no problem in giving money to the transferred functions. There are only 4 transferred functions, Mr. Speaker. We are left with over 5, around 6. So we wanted as well to be given money to serve Nairobians in other sectors, Mr. Speaker.
So as it says, Your Excellency, have those matters been concluded for you to proceed to?
No, Mr. Speaker, the matters are still active in court. They have not been concluded.
Now, I would wish to take you to the fourth limb of the charge on gross violation of the Constitution and the law. That is 1B, where it is alleged that you, as Governor for Nairobi, have violated Article 183 of the Constitution as read with the Public Finance Management Act. It is stated that you have refused or failed to implement resolutions of the County Assembly or forward a report detailing your inability to do so, in line with Article 183 of the Constitution, as read together with the Standing Orders number 193, with respect to county public debts and debt management under the provisions of Section 123 of the Public Finance Management Act. And it has been alleged that the debt for the Nairobi County has now risen to 76 billion as at 31st December 2019. What would you say?
This is a sideshow, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. This is a lie, just to divert attention of the real issues, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, why am I saying this, Mr. Speaker? We formed, I'm the first governor. I think my administration is the first administration to form a pending bills committee, Mr. Speaker, to address all the pending bills, Mr. Speaker. And I remember very vividly, Mr. Speaker, we appointed the former EACC chairman, PLO Lumumba, to be the chair. There was a co-chair, Eric Mutua, and various representatives from DCI offices, SUPCAM. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer this Honorable House to page 12 to 13 of, I think, my affidavit, marked 1. Then from there, we'll also go to
that
another.
That is 10H, honorable members and the Speaker. the document marked 10H, page 12 to 13, Mr. Speaker. Yes, what is on those pages? Page 12 and 13. What has happened? 12 and 13.
Mr. Speaker, page 12 talks about the part we played in addressing the huge pending bills Nairobi County was having by the time, Mr. Speaker, I was sworn in as the governor of Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter pursuant to Article 96 was also handled by this House. And we successfully, Mr. Speaker, addressed the issue. And this House was satisfied with how we are addressing this issue. Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, I'll refer the ICT team to a clip on the pending bills at the Senate. Can we hear that clip, please?
Now, kindly refer to page 220 of that particular document. Kindly refer to page 214. To page
I think it's there.
220.
It's there. We can start the clip also as I refer to the. Start the clip again. My first month in office, Mr. Chair, 2017. We are the first county, Mr. Even before the president gave a directive, an executive directive to the county to clear pending bills, we had made an effort of clearing these pending bills, Mr. Chair. In my first month in office, Mr. Chair, 2017. We are the first county, Mr. Chair, to form the pending bills committee. And Mr. Chair, constitution Nairobi, the culture which is there. If you want to pay a pending bill, it was there during my predecessor's time. If a contractor passes with 10%, the following day, he gets his payments effected from the bank. This was 64 billion pending bills, Mr. Chair. If I wanted to make money to be part and parcel of the cartels, I could have received the 6 billion up from 10% and paid the 64 billion. But because Nairobi is bigger than Governor Sonko, we decided to go to court. And what happened after the court ruling, Mr. Chair? The pending bills of 64 billion was reduced to 23 billion. Meaning, tulishaidia pesa ya umma over 40 billion, Mr. Chair. So this is a very big effort, a move forward, which we made with my government, Mr. Chair. So we tabled the petition before the High Court, the moratorium order, then the pending bills committee, which was formed in early 2017, chaired by PLL Mumba and Eric Mutua, we shall table. Also, Mr. Chair, we should table a document from Treasury named Nairobi City County Financial Recovery Plan, dated 24th April 2018, signed by Principal Secretary, National Treasury, P.S. Tuge, which highlighted all the pending bills, Mr. Chair, all the statutory claims, but we're just jumping the summary of the pending bills committee executed by Kelly Lumumba and Eric Mutua. Generally, we shall table, what is this?
Judgment, reducing.
The judgment, reducing one of the sensitive pending bills claims by Salima, garnishing our bank cooperative bank, wanted to take this money at source, but we fought against this. We have a ruling in our favor. The 600 million claim was also set aside by court. Another garnish for 90 million against us from a claimant in Jenga.
this was quashed from the initial.
I think ICT can forward the clip. We go to the end. The submission by the final decision by the chair of the committee.
Rushing to court, so we went and challenged that.
Governor Nandi, they were senators before.
Okay,
they
okay.
No problem they used to undergo. They have been giving us concrete and bring down the general so that we can put these use them that
okay, so is that okay?
Yes. So
the fact that you budget 60 to 70 confirms that you can build a solution to this problem. Chair who borrowed from Shylocks 200,000 come.
I think, Mr. Chair,
yeah.
in the interest of time, the committee chair, they even honorable senators who are sitting in that committee, they even complimented us for the.
perhaps, Mr. Speaker, the witness, that is His Excellency, had wished to have the clip forwarded to capture the ruling of this particular House on that issue.
And by the way, you have 1 hour left, and that includes cross-examination. So you better, thought I should let you know.
No, Mr. Speaker. If the document, if that clip could be forwarded to the point where the ruling is.
Mr. Chair, I think in summary, the entire committee concurred with us. We managed to reduce our pending bills, Mr. Chair. Actually, it was not 57 billion as alleged by the mover of the impeachment motion. He was just copy-pasting problems which have already been sorted at the Senate, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we managed to reduce our pending bills after we formed this constitutional pending bills committee. And a very important point, Mr. Chair, some of the bills which were raised, because at some point I accompanied the pending bills committee to one of their, when they were going to check the projects in the slum areas. There's an area where it was alleged that there was a bridge that was constructed and a social hall to the tune of 300 million. But we went to the site, Mr. Chair, there was nothing that was on the site. Even a foundation stone was not put on the site. And Mr. Chair, because of that process, we managed to reduce our bills, pending bills, from 64 billion, Mr. Chair, to 23 billion, Mr. Chair.
Now, there is a document appearing on page 214 to 220 in the in your evidence marked 10H.
Yes.
Would you state what that document is in relation to this particular charge?
Yes, Mr. Chair. This is a document by the National Treasury and Planning in a meeting that all governors were invited in State House to address the impact of COVID-19 pandemic and government's intervention measures, Mr. Chair, and the presentation to the national and county governments coordinating summit, Mr. Chair.
Is a question of, was there a reference to pending bills?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Report.
There was a reference. There was a reference to pending bills, Mr. Chair, page 220 of the same report.
Yes.
The Treasury summarized all the pending bills for all the counties, all the 47 counties, Mr. Chair, starting with Baringo.
Yes. Specifically.
Ending with Taita Taveta.
Specifically look at Nairobi.
And specifically, Mr. Chair, if you go to Nairobi, you'll find out the mover of this motion was lying to this House. He was lying to the public. He was tarnishing my name. He was destroying, Mr. Chair, my character with false accusations, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, specifically, as you can see, the bills on Nairobi, they are not 57 billion as the mover alleged, lying to the world, Mr. Chair. As you can see, the first column, eligible pending bills, Mr. Chair. Nairobi had 11,783,829,072 cents, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, 11,783,829,072 cents.
Yes, and how much has been paid so far?
And so far, Mr. Chair, the effort we have made, we have so far paid 4,631,491,266 cents, Mr. Chair.
So how
And this is
much
a summary from Treasury.
How much is outstanding?
In fact, we have already paid another 4 billion, which is not captured here, Mr. Chair. Meaning, the balance captured by the Treasury, by the time all governors were summoned in State House, was 7 billion, Mr. Chair, 7.1 billion. And we have paid another 4 billion, which is not captured, meaning our pending bills by now will be less than 4 billion, Mr. Chair.
Is that summary by the Treasury anywhere close to the figure alleged to be pending
No.
this particular charge?
No, Mr. Chair. And an important point in the instance of time, because the mover raised very grievous allegations, Mr. Chair. I also beg, Mr. Chair, this Honorable House also to accord us time when you're handling grievous issues, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the national government owes us over 300 billion. I want to compliment Senator for Nairobi, Senator Sakaja. At some point, he was pushing for the release of these funds. And I remember very vividly, Mr. Chair, at some point we had a meeting in the State House with the President, CS Rotich, PSN Rithuge. We have some undertakings. We did a document, Nairobi City County Recovery, Financial Recovery Plan. We at some point agreed on a debt swap, meaning the money the national government owes us, the debt, statutory debts from various government agencies like KRA, we have a loan for 4 billion from KCB. The government was ready to pay this money on our behalf so that we do what is called a debt swap. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, before that process was concluded, Minister Henry Rotich had some problems, PS Tuge, I think they were fired. I'll come to that, we have got those documents somewhere. So this is a clear indication, Mr. Chair, during my time, I had made progress in settling the pending bills for Nairobi County. And this House, Mr. Chair, still, pursuant to Article 96, you have...
Don't you use your... Yes, what's your intervention, Senator Wario? Yours is working?
Oh, yes. Mr. Speaker, so I would like to inform Senator Sonko to...
Governor.
Governor Sonko, to refer you to be as Speaker, not Chairman. He is keeping on referring you as Chairman. Chairman. Yes, thank you.
I thought it was a committee of the whole. I'm sorry for that. I apologize.
No, Speaker, I think stick to Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And
Mr.
we hope,
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with utmost respect, will be given some additional 30 minutes because of the interjections that
No,
are
it can't be 30. It can't be. Just utilize your time properly. That was a half a second.
We'll try, Mr. Speaker. Now, in summary, Your Excellency, Governor, is that particular charge founded? Does that charge have any foundation?
No, because the matter was addressed by Senate, by the national government.
Does it have any foundation in terms of the figures and the allegations made?
No, no, Mr. Speaker.
Now, I wish to move to the next limp of the charge, where it is alleged that you violated Article 2271 of the Constitution on Procurement of Goods and Services as read together with the provisions of the Public Procurement and Disposals Act 215 by flouting the principles of public finance management in as far as public procurement of goods and services is concerned. Where the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority, PPRA, faulted the procurement processes for the construction of Dandora Stadium, the authority flagged irregularities in the awarding of the tender, alteration of contract specifications, suspected irregularities in payment, and forgery of documents. And that despite technical evaluations questioning paying 196.87 million for the contractor. Now, Honorable Governor.
Yes.
Are you at any given time involved in procurement matters?
No, Mr. Chair, not at all. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry again.
Do you have, just listen to my question, do you have accounting officers charged with the responsibility of dealing with procurement in your government?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 103 of the PFM Act, I appointed CEC Finance, who also appointed chief officers to be in charge of all the departments within the county government of Nairobi, Mr. Speaker.
Now, have you dealt with the procurement in relation to Dandora directly as an accounting officer?
Not at all, Mr. Speaker.
Have you ever signed any voucher towards payment of any monies in relation to Dandora?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Have you been involved in the signing of any contract in relation to Dandora?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Now, have you ever been summoned by the county assembly in line with the exercise of oversight under Article 185 on the question of the contracts in relation to Dandora?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Now, I'll move to the next question. So, is this charge sustainable in view of your role as governor vis-a-vis the roles of CEC, finance, and other accounting officers?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Charge 1F. It is alleged that you violated Section 35 and 45 of the County Government Act as read with the Section 104 and Section 148 of the Public Finance Management Act between 2018 and 2019, and contrary to the law, the office of the County Executive Committee member for Finance and that of the Chief Officer for Finance were held by the same person, one Winfred Gadangu, which situation occasioned confusion and inefficiencies at the county treasury, hence failing to promote good governance and compromising the doctrine of transparency and accountability in the county government.
No.
What would you say?
No, Mr. Speaker. But at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, for any senior officer to act in any acting capacity is not an offense, Mr. Speaker. A good example, Mr. Speaker. When CS for Finance Henry Rotich was arraigned in court, His Excellency the President appointed CS Ukuri Atani, who was then I think the Minister for Labor, to act as the the CS Treasury, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, even again after that, Ms. Winnie Kadangu ceased to act as CEC Finance. She was promoted to the position of CEC Agriculture. Her name, I forwarded her name myself to the County Assembly, and they confirmed her, Mr. Speaker, to a new position as CEC Agriculture. I want to confirm to this House today we have a substantive CEC for Finance, Mr. Alan Igambi. We have a substantive Chief Officer Finance, a position which was also held by Madam Winnie Kadangu, Mr. Speaker.
Now, during the time when Winnie Kadangu was acting, before she was confirmed by the Assembly, was there any loss occasioned to the county government as a consequence of the time when she was acting?
Repeat the question, please.
Now, was there any prejudice occasioned to the county government during the time when she was acting as CEC Finance before she was confirmed?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Was any issue raised by the County Assembly on the same?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Now, I'll move to F. I'll move to H. G and H. Now, it is alleged at 1H that as governor for Nairobi, you violated Section 104 of the Public Finance Act on the responsibilities and powers of the county treasury.
Yes, proceed.
Where through inaction, action, or commission,
yes,
you continued to preside over a broken public finance management system where the county treasury remains ineffective despite various resolutions of the county assembly urging you to improve efficiencies by decentralizing the finance function in the sectors as required by the provisions of Section 148 of the Public Finance Management Act, and that as a consequence of the same, the county continues to operate in contravention of the law. Now, do you have CECs, being the accounting officers, appointed? Do you have chief officers appointed as county accounting officers by the CEC Finance in line with Section 148?
Repeat the question.
Do you have accounting officers in place?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Duly appointed by the CEC Finance?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So, is there a breakdown?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Has any breakdown been shown to exist?
No, Mr. Speaker.
What would you say about that charge?
Mr. Speaker, again, I refer this House, in the interest of time, I don't want to do a lot of explanations, to the Controller of Budget Report on Volume 3D. Mr. Speaker, page 626. And the ICC should prepare a clip. The same day I appeared in Senate, the clip where I was standing answered the same question before the Senate. ICT prepared that clip. Page 626, Mr. Speaker.
Page 626 of the volume 3.
Volume 3.
And Council, how?
Volume 3. Volume 3D.
Volume 3 document marked D. D3.
Council, how long do you want to take to conclude the examination in chief?
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to cover 2 more areas, then I'll let my colleague, Mr. Odieki, to take over.
So that will be how long? Answer my question.
I should take another 20 minutes, then I hand over.
Is there an intervention there?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I hope the 20 minutes Mr. Nyamo is speaking about is within the period that you prescribed. Maybe for us to be able to plan, you might want to inform us how much more time they have.
Yeah, I will check that. Yeah, we are checking. Just proceed. I'll let you know.
Yes. So now proceed. I hope honorable members have gotten the document, Mr.
ICT.
Speaker.
Yeah, the one standing.
You have. Okay.
But the problem is, remember, immediately my predecessor was put in 2013, I started fighting him because I wanted to be the governor and I'm not going to be the governor. Why am I saying this, Mr. Chair? Just the other day, my brother, who is not here to speak for himself, through a press conference in Parliament, he raised very grievous allegations against my administration, saying that the revenue in Nairobi County has drastically reduced compared to that last previous year. And I have the report of the control of budgets on the implementation of budget review of all the 47 counties. And Mr. Chief, if you go to page 196 of the report of the control of budgets, just one sentence, it clearly says, the county government of Nairobi generated a total of 10.25 billion from all source revenue in financial year 2019. This amount represented an increase of 139 million compared to that realized in 2017-2018. That was 66.1% of the annual budget. These are the facts. Let us be oversighted using facts, Mr. Chair. Last one, Mr. Chair. It was also said, I don't want to mention names, that there is left right and center in our response of ours. There is no development which is being seen. While there's some level of budget, page 197, she's saying, because she was on the other by then, and there is a chart here showing an increment of improve in the absorption of the 30% development funds, where the previous rate was 2.1 billion. This financial year, Mr. Chair,
Okay, Mr. Chair, this is of time. We can stop that clip.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Council, you have a total of 40 minutes left, so you must finish the examination in chief within 20 minutes.
Okay, Mr.
Now, Your Excellency, the Governor.
Yes.
That clip that has been played, where was that forum?
That was Senate, and I was explaining the controller of budgets report and the observations that were made by the controller of budgets. Our revenue, we did well in revenue, increased. As per the attached document in the affidavit, also improvement in the use of IFMIS and internet banking to processing financial transactions, Mr. Chair. Also, if you go to 3308 observation and recommendation by the Controller of Budget, the county made progress in addressing some of the challenges previously identified in the implementation of budget. Some of the progress made included improved compliance with Article 207 of the Constitution of Kenya regarding depositing funds at source in terms of revenue collection into the CRF account, Mr. Chair. There is a chart provided by the COB, which has explained everything, Mr. Chair. Another important point, which I'd like to mention at this juncture, and that, remember, Mr. Speaker, is the Controller of Budget, not Sonko, not the County Government of Nairobi. A total of 20.4 billion was spent on both development and recurrent activities, Mr. Speaker. This expenditure represented 120.3% of the total funds released from CRF amount, and was an increase of 19.8% from Kenya shillings 88.4% recorded in the last financial year 2017-2018, Mr. Speaker. 3119 presents a comparison between, okay, that's a graph, Mr. Speaker, but there is also, Mr. Speaker, an improvement in development expenditure, which recorded an absorption of 78.9%, which was an increase from 26.1% attained in the financial year 2017-2018. Conversely, Mr. Speaker, recurrent expenditure represented 90.8% of the annual recurrent budget, an increase from 88% recorded in financial year 2017-2018, Mr. Speaker.
So now,
the document is in the public domain, Mr. Speaker.
Would you wish to have that document relied upon by the Senate when it retires to look at, to consider this particular motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, before I hand you over to my learned friend, Mr. Ondieki and Mr. Kinyanjui, would you confirm that your systems are up and running?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, our systems are up and running.
Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, I'll hand over the mantle to my learned friends to finalize.
I hope you have noted the timelines I gave.
Mr. Speaker, as it is, and as you appreciate that in the doctrine of fair trial, and in ensuring that the governor gets adequate time to defend himself, and he's the one that is actually is like an accused person. Mr. Speaker, we urge the honorable members in this House, in view of the interjections that were made, to at least give us some additional time.
You cannot attribute that to interjections because I've also been monitoring. Just use your skills to deliver, be spot on, and cut out a lot of stories that may not add value to what we are prosecuting.
Mr. Speaker, as it is, the documents that were served upon the Speaker the day before yesterday are quite many. And as it is, for him to deal with those questions and the charges, as many as they are, in as much as there are four, they are in limbs, Mr. Speaker. And you've seen from his testimony, he's been dealing with he's been dealing with answers document by document. And that has taken quite some time, Mr. Speaker. This is an impeachment proceeding where his fundamental rights are likely to be affected, and also the democratic rights of the people of Nairobi. So I would ask Mr. Speaker to extend lenience in relation to His Excellency the Governor and give him additional time.
Next, Councillor Evans, take over. There's Evans here. Let him proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, and the Senate, I'm going to have military precision so that we cover more territory. Governor, before you conclude what you are doing, I want to take you to page 582. We are dealing with still the book we was dealing with, volume D3. Page 582, please. Very quickly. (582, 583), volume D3, D, volume 3. No, this is 10 D2. 10 D2. Sorry. I'm saying volume D, volume 3, at page 582, 583. Are you there, Governor? It is written 10D, 10D2 at the top. Are you there?
No.
You are there? 582.
Yes.
It starts at 581. 581. 582.
Yes.
583.
Yeah.
In fact, if you look at page 583, the World Bank praised you for implementing several projects in the city. 583 at the top. 583.
This no, this means the control of control of budget, not worry. Yes, control of budget. I think the highest expenditure.
Can you read the bottom of the page? Just one sentence. The praise you received from the controller of budget for implementing government projects.
Yeah, the last part, let me read
It started, the county attained the highest expenditure.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. It reads, the county that attained highest expenditure in absolute terms were Nairobi City County at 29.4 billion.
Yes. You can even stop there. So even the Director of Budget appreciated your good work in terms of expenditure. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, go to the next page. The European Commission awarded you with the highest distinction for recovering grabbed land. That is the cemetery.
Which page?
Then the next page. The photo in the next page.
Yes.
Yeah? Can you confirm that?
Yes.
Your Lordship, you mean, Mr. Speaker, sir, that is page 584. You received the highest honor from the European Commission for recovering public land that had been grabbed. Cemetery.
This was in
Commonwealth Cemetery.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Correct? Then I want to take you to page 610, the same document. 610. 610. You've been accused that you facilitated your daughter to travel, pretending that he was a sub-county officer.
Page 610.
Page 610.
Yeah.
Same document, page 610. Eh?
Yes, I'm there.
Are you there?
Yes.
The letter is from who?
The letter is from the Presidency, Executive Office of the President, Head of Public Service.
Head of Public Service.
Dated March 7th of March 2015.
2015.
Yes.
It is written to 2018. It is written to the Cabinet Secretary, Madam Kobia.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
In charge of public service.
Yes.
And what is the instruction?
The instructions from the Head of Public Service addressing the letter to Professor Margaret Kobia, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Public Service, Youth, and General Affairs.
Yes.
References government delegation to the 62nd session of the Commission on the Status of Women, CSW, 2018.
In New York.
Yes.
Is there anywhere there where your daughter is referred as a sub-county administrator?
No, Mr. Speaker.
So that is a creation of the move of the motion. Isn't that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So your daughter traveled as a part of the government delegation, and the national government made part of the bills of the travel. Isn't that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And then the other overheads were also made by the county, 611, page 611.
Yes, I can see that.
You can see the letter from the county to the embassy.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So the move of the motion lied that your daughter traveled on account of misrepresentation as a sub-county administrator. Isn't that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Let me take you to another area very quickly.
614.
I want you to go to the same page.
614 also.
Okay, you go to 614, 614. You confirm that your wife traveled as First Lady of Nairobi City County.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
That's why she was included in the government delegation.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And you can see at page 614,
yes,
that is the appeal. And that's why the last witness took interest to pay for that because it was an official delegation.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I wish to confirm to the House. This is an invoice where my wife and children and a daughter stayed in New York, the Dominic Hotel. The contacts for the hotel are there at the bottom of page 614, Mr. Speaker. And as you can see from the receipts, the numbers are there for confirmation. The invoice, my wife deposited at the hotel cash, not from the Nairobi City County government, although the trip was official and genuine because they were both part of the government delegation, confirmed by State House. But Mr. Chair, there was a cash deposit of $1,200 as deposit credit for rooms, meals. Then even at some point, my wife ran her own credit card. On page 615, the second last item, she ran her Visa card for another $1,500 payment. So the other things, even on page 616, and also the summary of page 617, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
The hotel is 246 Spring Street, New York.
Yes.
NY 10013. The phone number for the hotel is there. The physical address is there. The hotel is in US.
So
and I want to confirm.
Governor, you are telling the Senate that the issue was done in an open, transparent, and accountable manner.
But one thing I would like to bring to the attention of this House, even yesterday you saw in Citizen, how this was exaggerated. This is just a smear campaign, Mr. Speaker, by the system and the cartels in the county who have ganged up against me, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. The headline of Citizen, and I demand an apology from them or we take them to court. They said my daughter spent $840 million, Mr. Speaker. Even that allegation is not even in the impeachment motion, Mr. Speaker. The amount in question is only $2.6 million. I don't know where Citizen TV got this figure of $840 million. My daughter hired choppers. There are no invoices of choppers here. She traveled by air from New York to Philadelphia. Those are just smear campaign, Mr. Speaker. Character assassination, Mr. Speaker, to tarnish my good name, Mr. Speaker. So you can see the whole story where it's coming from, Mr. Speaker.
Mheshimiwa. Now we move to page 633. I want you to go to run through 633 to 6 so that I deal with that issue once and for all. To 643. It's the same document. Towards the end, yeah. Just go ahead. 633. Confirm that Mr. Evans Ondieki is one of your lawyers who was dealing with this matter.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You confirm that?
Yes.
And you gave him instructions to go and file your defense at the Nairobi City County Assembly.
Yes, Mr.
Plus the accompanying document and evidence.
Yes, Mr.
And you can confirm from the photos in page 633 to 643 that he was denied access. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So you were never given a chance to hear, they never gave you a chance to hear your side of the story?
No, they never gave
They
me
didn't even give you a chance to file your documents?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I will now take you to document number 1. This is document number 1, and I want you to go to page 33. Your Lordship, sorry, the Honorable Senate, this is the affidavit which my colleague was using. I want you to go to page 30, page 59. The affidavit, the one written one, affidavit number 1. Page? It is 10H, 10H, sorry, 10H. Page 59. Page 59. Mr. Governor, confirm that much earlier before this motion was initiated, you had written a letter to the Director of DCI requesting him to start investigation of the embezzlement of public funds by the County Assembly. If you are at page 59, Honorable Senators, you will see that. Had you done that before the motion? Much earlier?
Sorry? Yeah. It was, the letter was dated, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Monday, 23rd November 2020. A complaint.
Yes.
To investigate investment of funds, Nairobi City County. Letter is addressed to DCI.
Yes.
It was received on 23rd November 2020.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Now, you confirm that that is the nexus, that is the origin of your problems that led to these notes of motion to impeach you. Can you confirm that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Now, quickly, I want to cover one more issue so that I donate my minutes to my colleague, because I think we have moved quite fast. I want you to answer this allegation from your heart. You've been accused. I know you are a father. You are a grandfather. You are a father-in-law. You've been accused that you molested workers and colleagues. And I want you from the bottom of your heart to answer that straight, whether you have ever harassed any workers.
No, Mr. Chair.
So all of these sensationalized accusations are meant to besmirch your reputation.
No, these are just accusations, Mr. Chair. In the instance of time, there were clips which we had prepared to be aired for members to confirm about the true story of all the events that are transpiring in the Nairobi City County. Mr. Speaker, my first month in office, I received some information from a county staff who was supposed to be my witness, but because of time and the manner which we are proceeding, the instance of time, she was not given a chance to come and adduce her evidence before this honorable house. My first month in office, Mr. Speaker, was tipped off that the staff at the cash office, they were stealing daily over or between 30 to 60 million a day, Mr. Speaker. The clips are in the public domain. The questions are in the public domain, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I personally decided to do an impromptu visit or inspection at the cash office. I went there with some of the officers, CID officers attached to the county. We also reported the matter to EACC. There are officers who also came. And Mr. Speaker, when we were conducting this search, we found it was true, because we found the county cashiers, some with money in their socks, suits. Mr. Speaker, we recovered around 30 million in cash, Mr. Speaker. Documents are there, but in the interest of time, I'll not go to that. Mr. Speaker, they were all arraigned in court. They went to High Court to challenge this decision by petition number 79 of 2017, Labor Relations Court, before Justice Helen Wasila. Their case was dismissed. The judge said the governor has a right of suspending, terminating services of any staff, provided there's a disciplinary action that was being taken, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
So we have got so many clips, but because of time, we can't.
Finally, Governor, one at the third president of the Republic of Kenya, one of the most respected African leaders, aliambia driver yake, pumbavu wewe, mafi ya kuku. Lakini the context was driver alikuwa na reverse in public. Clips were played here where people tried to play some remarks you made. Can you clarify to this Senate in what context you made some remarks? It's important that it comes out.
What is it, Council? You have not given you.
No, what I was saying on a light note, you are
there's a council who was standing.
I was saying that the freedom of speech allows us to speak. It depends on which context you are speaking. So I wanted him to clarify some things that were played here yesterday.
You know, you have now a total of 15 minutes.
I wanted my learned colleague to conclude, to cap it up. Just 5 minutes. Your Lordship, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is a process that is more complex. It's a political process. It is a Siamese twin, which is both political, judicial, and social. So it is actually, it's a difficult thing to deal with. You saw when they would try to impeach Trump, people were asking, where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? So, Your Lordship, it is good. You have given us time, and we thank you. You have listened to us. Please, Mr.
Maybe, Mr. Speaker, before we move to the next question, I just want to hear a 1 minute audio, ICT,
okay.
Because they aired clips. We just want to hear one clip by Paul Kiiru, ICT. Paul Kiiru clip, similar matter which is in court.
Paul, habari yako? Wewe unaitwa Paul Kiiru? Mimi naitwa Governor Sonko. Okay. I've got 2 issues with you, my friend. Wewe bado ni kijana? Yes. Tutaki kuharibu unga yako na profession yako. Ile ukora ulikuwa unafanya zamani uachana naye. Unajua ile mambo mmefanya rates. Wewe na kina Joseph. So you know what you did? You tamper with the system, kunyima county revenue, mnaregesha rates chini, watu hawalipi. I've got over 200 cases against you. But you are still young. I don't want to spoil your career. Can you assure me that we're going to stop?
Yes, we'll work on that.
You'll work on that?
Yes.
How soon are you going to stop it? Just I want you to wewe mwenyewe ni confirm you're going to stop those games, because tukiendelea kwa njia ile we are heading nowhere, my friend. Tukiendelea na njia ni makosa. Yeah? And me, I'm warning you. Already nishaandika complaint kwa DCI, but I just want to warn you to stop it. Start kuongeza cases mingi against you. Yeah? Yeah? Just tell your colleagues to stop it.
I'll do that.
Are we together?
Yeah.
Wacheni hiyo ukora. Nyinyi ndio mnanichokoza wenyewe. Alafu mnasema kazi yangu ni kushika watu ovyo ovyo. So wewe ndio Paul Kiiru. Na uko na mwenzako anaitwa Robert Okiri.
Yes.
Did you see my letter of complaint on that plot?
No, I haven't seen it. Because my colleague is the one who manages sending it.
But it is you. But it is you and Robert ambaye mlikuwa approach na Joseph. Mwajua vile mlifanya mkatamba na system.
Okay, on my part, make sure it's monitoring. Ensure nothing goes on.
Can that stop? Can we agree that can that stop from today?
Yes, I'll ensure it's monitoring.
Okay. I'm giving you a warning, and I'll also call your colleague, Robert Okiri. I want that to stop. Shughulikieni matumbo yenu na familia zenu. Wizi ya pesa ya umma tafadhali wachaneni naye. Nitawapeleka jela. Nitawapeleka jela. Let this be the last warning. Na zile zote ziko kwa process, wachana nazo. Kama uko na shida, come to my office, face me, see me. Nitakusaidia. Please. ICTs are very sensitive dockets. Alafu jambo pay, the migration of data. Kutoka Saturday ianze. Inakuja, niko na intelligence yote. Imekuja ikafika 75%, jambo pay conspire na wao mkazima. Ikaenda tena the next day, ikaenda the next day, ikafika 84%, ikazimwa tena.
I want to kufanya transfer.
Yes. Yes.
So now that we decided, badala tukuwa subiri, we will go and get the data ourselves bahadi. So that hiyo maneno ya kudepend kusema inakwama.
Yes.
At least to avoid the issue. So kuna barua ambayo tulifanywa. Tulikuwa tukisubiri tunaona here.
Okay, this is of time, Mr. Speaker. Because we're running out of time. These are normal conversations which I normally have with especially staff who are suspected to be corrupt. We normally give them warnings. Maybe the manner in which we are warning them, they change the story, then it becomes that the governor is intimidating the staff. This clip was captured or recorded in 2019. It's part of the ongoing proceedings in the criminal case in court, Mr. Speaker. I've got several clips, Mr. Speaker, my conversation with various, especially the women senior officers in the county, and there is nowhere where I've abused or broken the law, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I will wind up in a few minutes because we have been given 20 minutes. And we have to split that time with Mr. Ondieki, so I'll take no more than, say, 5 minutes.
It's 5 minutes, yeah.
5 minutes. Mr. Governor, sorry, Your Excellency the Governor, when you sent Advocate Ondieki to the County Assembly to represent you, had you been served with the documents now relied upon by the County Assembly on allegations by the mover of the motion?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Yesterday we heard from Ms. Janet, your former CC for Education, that she had a deposition before this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable members, that deposition was dated the 14th of December. 14th of December, Your Excellency, is 2 days ago. Had you been served with that deposition?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Nevertheless, had you insulted Janet?
No.
Ever intimidated Janet?
No.
Ever even called her 2 a.m.?
No. No.
Did you see any evidence from her that you are doing that?
No, Mr. Speaker, and I still have the phone which has all the communications between myself and her since 2018.
I asked her for her WhatsApp printout and she had none.
I have my original phone and I am willing to give it to the House to do further investigations.
Have you been summoned by the DCI or any other organ that you have abused her?
No, but when we are investigating this bursary check, Mr. Speaker, and you've seen what transpired, I just warned her, because she was also mentioned in this bursary case. She was conspiring with MCS to get blank checks, give to junior clerks, they fill names, type, then take to the bank. She was part and parcel of this scandal. So when I questioned her, and these people were arrested, she decided to resign. And I even never suspended her, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. So we saw your analysis of the funds that were being siphoned from the county assembly, going to the benefit of MCAs. Was that the time that Janet was the CEC for education?
It was the same time when we lost these funds, and we proved her wrong because her accomplices were charged. And I don't know why the investigating officers to date they have not arrested her, but we know her husband is a senior officer at the DCI attached to the United Nations, so she cannot be touched.
Now, all those allegations touch on your evidence touch on your evidence in paragraph 2A of the allegations against you. Now, you are elected by over 885,000 citizens of Nairobi.
Yes.
Were any of these people, to your knowledge, consulted by the Nairobi City County Assembly before moving this motion of impeachment?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Were you supplied with any document on public participation that the members of whichever ward in this county were consulted to actually impeach you?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Again, you have been accused of discrimination, that you have abused your office. Have you ever discriminated against anybody?
No.
On the basis of a religion?
No, Mr.
On the basis of race?
No, Mr. Speaker.
On the basis of tribe?
No, Mr. Speaker.
You have been accused of abusing your office by enriching yourself. Do you recall receiving 50 million to your office? 50 million in the budget of 2018-2019? Sorry, 2019-2018?
No, Mr. Speaker, but at this juncture, there was a confidential budget that was allocated to me by the members of the County Assembly, 50 million. We never utilized that budget. I think the document is annexed in one of the affidavits, Mr. Speaker. They wanted me to be part and parcel of their scandals in swindling taxpayers' money. I refused. They allocated me the 50 million budget. It was returned to Treasury during the end of financial year, Mr. Speaker. I never touched a coin.
You steered away from touching county money.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You have allegations made against you that you actually have stolen county money, and therefore you are facing 2 anti-corruption cases. Have you been found guilty in those cases?
No, Mr. Speaker. And at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, I know we are running out of time, but there's a very sensitive clip, a very sensitive one, the second of this motion. And I remember the Senate at some point resolved that Jumbo Pay services should be terminated. When we're terminating these services, Mr. Speaker, and that is in the affidavit, Council, I think you look for it. The second of this motion, with the CEO of Jumbo Pay, came to my house in Kanamai, and it is captured by DCI because the case was under investigation. And DCI officers came with their recorders, Mr. Speaker. A certificate was done. We captured the current majority leader, Abdi Hassan Guyo, and Jumbo Pay CEO. And the transcript is there. The audio from DCI is there. The case is still under investigations. They told me, wewe ni mjinga, utaki kukula. I want that clip to be prepared by ICT. It was captured by DCI. Wewe ni mjinga, utaki kukula. Sisi na Kidero tumekula 7 billion in 5 years.
As they prepare that clip,
wewe unatukanyagia.
As they prepare that clip, the mover of this motion, Kulad, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, sir,
and I think, Mr.
I recall
Speaker,
that word.
Towards the end of that clip, they offered me 5 million a day, 5 million a day from the county revenue. They gave me staff to work with them. They didn't know I had a DCI recorder. The case is still ongoing. Anytime the file has already been forwarded to DPP. They told me they are going to offer me 5 million in a day. They didn't know that I had the recorder from the DCI. I told them, Tawa, I'm ready. Then where
Okay.
Go towards the end, where they're offering me 5 million.
Actually, your time is up. It's not clear at all, okay? At least you have made your point.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, because of time.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you, Your Excellency. He's telling you to take who took 7 billion? Who's the one telling that story or that narrative? Shown a penny moving from the county government coffers to your account?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Any penny?
No.
1 shilling?
No.
Not even a penny?
No.
Now let me wind up. As you have addressed the issue of the motivation of this impeachment motion, is it not true that on the 23rd of November this year, you reported the DCI, the mover of the motion had taken 823,000 shillings, 324, page 60 and page 59 and 60 of your volume 10H. That's the letter that you wrote to the DCI, yes. 23rd. That is 2 days before the impeachment motion.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we annexed all the vouchers. We annexed all the vouchers, the air tickets, 59, yes, the voucher is there on page 60. How the money was disbursed to his account.
He acknowledged, so that we save time. He
Okay.
acknowledged he received the
yes,
money.
yes,
and
Mr.
he said and he pleaded
Yes.
that he is going to return the funds.
Yes.
And now the question is this. Did you receive any documents from the mover of the motion in connection with his payment, the refund of this money?
No, Mr. Speaker.
I wind up by asking you the last
question. Actually, no, your time is up.
My time is up. My very last question, Mr. Speaker, sir. Your Excellency, you have shown and demonstrated that the motivation of this impeachment motion is not about your efficiency or lack thereof. That your CECs have been functioning, that your departments have been functioning. Have you ever been summoned to the county assembly in the manner that you're now before these honorable members to answer the questions about the movement of funds, the use of resources in the Nairobi City County, or the abuse that is alleged against you by your CECs or any of them, to answer any of them?
No.
Thank you. How do you plead? How do you plead to these charges? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty, Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
And you ask these honorable members to look at that evidence and say no impeachment. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Speaker. Thank you, honorable.
Thank you, Council. Before you come, I just wanted to. I know we ran out of time that was given to the governor, but like we all know, impeachment of a governor is a weighty matter, and therefore we want to give every party a fair opportunity and a fair chance. Therefore, I'll give you 1 hour to cross-examine the governor, and please make sure that you operate, try as much as possible to operate within that 1 hour, because we have other, the program is still long, the schedule is long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, as we progress, we'll be asking for latitude and magnanimous from your bench so that we're able to deal and give justice to this case. Your Excellency, Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko, good afternoon.
Afternoon, evening.
I'll be asking you some questions in respect to the proceedings before us.
Yes.
And I believe that you've had an opportunity of looking at the charges that have been labeled as against you, yes?
Yeah.
But before I go to that, Mr. Governor, kindly allow me to ask you whether you are the same person, and you only need to answer yes or no, who appears in the name of Mike Kioko, Mike Sonko, Mbuvi, Gideon, yes?
Those are the same names.
You're also Mbuvi, Gideon, Kioko, Mike Sonko, yes?
Those are the same names. You're just repeating.
Are you also Mbuvi, Gideon, Kioko, alias Mike Sonko Mbuvi, Gideon, alias Mbuvi Kioko, alias, yes? Are you the same person?
There's no difference.
Yes or no?
There's the same, you're just repeating.
Did you have a look,
and at the end,
Governor?
Mbuvi?
Governor?
Yes.
Did you have a look at your description in the charge sheet in case number 32 of 2019? Did you?
Yes, I looked at the description, but Mr. Speaker.
Yes, just answer yes or no. You have had a look at it, yes?
This is a matter, that's a matter which is still in court.
Right.
I've not been convicted.
Yes.
And Mr. Speaker, in fact,
Mr.
there
Governor,
is something. Just
Governor, please, I am the one asking.
Okay, just
kindly cooperate. Kindly cooperate.
Prepare that clip of Guyo giving up the ESCC director
Mr.
30
Governor,
million. 30 million at Hero.
Just a minute, I need to follow, so let's have some order.
Yes, Mr. Governor, much obliged. Mr. Speaker, sir, you led evidence in this Senate in respect to the bursary diversion, yes?
Yes.
Which bursaries were you addressing? Which financial year were you addressing in your videos?
2 financial years, 2017, 2018, and 2018, 2019, 2019, 2020.
2020. Yes. And it is your evidence that the 2019, 2020 bursary was never uploaded to your accounts, yes? Yes or no?
We never.
You never
it was
received
uploaded,
that money.
but money was never released by Treasury because of COVID. Schools were closed.
Good, you have answered.
Schools were closed, and
you have answered,
the
Mr.
money
Governor.
was returned back to CBK.
Governor, do you remember you showing us a video clip here? Yes.
Yes.
Of a certain girl somewhere in a slum.
Yes.
And you are demonstrating that she received approximately 53,000 of the check, yes?
That was for the previous financial year.
No, Mr. Governor.
Yes,
I'm
not for 2020,
Governor,
19, 2020.
You recall or you don't recall?
I recall, but not for that particular year.
Do
for
you
the
recall?
Previous year, even the bank statements for
Governor.
previous year.
Order, Council, take him slowly. Yeah, you are pushing
Governor.
him. You are pushing him too fast. Eh?
Okay.
Please just be a bit.
I'll be slow with him.
Okay.
But I'm mindful of time. Governor.
You just want to annoy me. I'll not go to that. I'll not play your card. Just talk. I'll be.
Governor.
Come.
Do you recall you telling us that that is 6 months ago? Yes or no?
6 months ago.
Do you recall or you don't recall?
No,
Governor.
6 months ago, those were allegations by your client, the
Governor.
mover, who said
So-
we spent the money for.
Council, what's your intervention?
Mr. Speaker, sir, His Excellency the Governor should be given leeway, room to answer, so that honorable members, Mr. Speaker, sir, can be clear about the answer to their issues.
I have already pronounced myself on that.
Much obliged.
Okay?
Also, Mr. Speaker, ask the witness to answer the question that is put to him. If I need a yes or no, let him answer so.
No, I cannot mislead this house like what your client did. I have to give correct questions. I'm on oath.
So which financial year that were you presenting the checks in respect to? The 6 months ago?
No, 6 months ago was not about presentation of check. Stop misleading the house. 6 months ago was the allegations made by your client that we diverted bursary funds to pay legal, which was a lie.
So, Governor, are you recanting your evidence? Are you recanting
I
your
think you're
evidence?
trying to mislead the house. I cannot go that angle. I'll speak the truth. Because just 2 months
Okay,
ago...
you open your book, your big volume,
Yes, I cannot
10H.
bring.
At page 234.
234, yes.
What does that document relate to?
234, these are bank statement.
Yes, for which year?
From 2016.
Is that the year under trial in this Senate?
To 2018.
Is that the year under trial?
This is the year where your
Good.
clients swindle
You've
taxpayers'
answered.
money to enrich their families and wives.
Governor, you had a list of advocates that were supposed to represent you in these proceedings, yes?
Yes.
And you remember you putting in a notice of appointment, correct?
Yes.
Would you grab your notice of appointment?
Yes.
Would you grab a copy of the same?
Yes. My lawyers are looking for it. Or if you have a copy, you can also give me as well. Give me your extra copy. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Would you read the list of the advocates appearing that you intended to present before this Senate?
Evans Ondiek, Wilfred Nyamu. Yes, give me a copy.
Yes.
Wilfred Nyamu, Diana Keti Kilonzo, who is represented by.
It's okay, just proceed.
Mutula Kilonzo, due to
I have
conflict
not
of
asked you
interest.
for. I have not asked you for representation, for explanation.
By Daniel Manza, sorry, representing
Yes.
Diana. Then George Kithi.
Yes.
Wanga Mboya, Cecil Miller.
Good.
Yes.
I want to deal with the last three.
Yes.
Kithi, Mboya, and Sisi Miller, right? Yes,
Yes.
Governor?
Yes.
You had me yesterday making an application for. You had me
Yes.
yesterday in the morning make an application for their summons, yes?
Yes.
Did you have a look at that summons that were presented before the Senate?
I was not a party to those summons, so I didn't.
I'll show you. Look at the persons we sought their summons.
Yes.
Number 9. Who is number 9?
Kwanga Mboya.
Kwanga Mboya. Is that your advocate?
Yes.
Proceed.
They are my advocates in my capacity. as
The
governor
next
of Nairobi.
quorum. Read the next quorum.
No, let me answer that question.
Read the next quorum,
I cannot
Governor.
go to the next quorum without answering the question.
Governor,
which you
I
asked.
have not put any question to you. Read the next quorum.
Which number is that?
This quorum, Governor. This one and these are the quorum.
Yeah, I can read, yes.
Yes, read the next quorum, Governor.
Kwanga Mboya and Company Advocates.
Yes.
To shed light on single payments of up to Kenya shillings 80 million.
80 million, yes.
Deposited in the firm's account in July 2019.
What documents were we seeking from that advocate?
These advocates, the documents are here.
Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, I wish to request to interject
Okay.
on an objection, Mr. Speaker.
Right.
Mr. Speaker, reference to the advocate, that is Kwanga Mboya and Cecil Miller, is in relation to an issue that arose in the morning and this House rejected. So basically, arousing the same would warrant admission of further documents at this particular point, which is past the hour. I would urge my learned friend to desist from that line of cross-examination and deal with the issues that are within the House. And if he wants us to answer, then we need to have documents admitted so that they may be relied upon by the House.
So are you saying the documents he has given the governor were not admitted?
The documents that, the only way he can answer those questions.
No, answer me. Are you saying the document he has given the governor was not admitted? If it was not, then I would not accept it.
It is only the notice of appointment that is admitted. But in relation to questions that have been put touching on those firms of advocates, that evidence was rejected by this court in the morning.
But I can answer those questions. I can answer.
But nevertheless, the governor says that he can
Mr.
answer.
Speaker,
But for him to answer, we need to have those documents also admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Nyamo, you don't have to be afraid for anything. You'll have your time to rebut. It's now my time.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order.
It's now my time to bite the cherry. Mr. Governor, you are my witness.
Yeah, what's your point of order,
You are my
Governor?
witness, Governor.
Yeah, just a minute, Council. Yes.
I can't allow the council to
Governor.
proceed in this manner. His client, the mover of the motion, made very grievous allegations about myself and the county government of Nairobi. He has made allegations on councils who are acting for the county, and they were paid. There were court orders, Mr. Speaker. Just for 1 minute, I want to answer. On the case of Kwangamboya, Mr. Speaker.
I have not put any question to you, Governor.
Just hold
you have
on.
Mentioned,
hold on,
you have
Council.
given me a copy
Yes.
which has details of county lawyers who were paid. This is not corruption money, Mr. Speaker. I want to explain this. Mr. Speaker, we allocated 8 billion by the World Bank to construct markets, fire stations in Nairobi City County, Mr. Speaker. And if you look at the brief of World Bank, Mr. Speaker, they were withdrawing the 8 billion because of land grabbing, Mr. Speaker. They had challenges. On Kangura Road Fire Station, Mr. Speaker, there was an encroachment of a 10-story building by one Musa Chelago Yego,
Mr. Speaker,
former Flying Squad commander.
guidance. Which question is the witness
Mr.
answering?
Speaker,
I have not put a question to him.
On the payment of Kwangamboya.
It's clarifying.
I just need a minute.
I have not put a question in respect to that advocate.
Speaker,
I am yet
a
to
minute
be
Order, Council.
I managed to finish that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we demolished this building. The county government demolished this building. We didn't want to lose these funds from the World Bank, Mr. Speaker. We demolished the building. Fire station was constructed. It's complete today. The owner of the building, who is the Flying Squad commander, he retired 2 months ago, took us to court, Mr. Speaker. In case number 218, petition number 218, Constitutional Court, 218 of 2008. Petitioner Musa Yego, respondent Nairobi City County Government. Mr. Speaker, we lost the case. The ruling is here, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
And there's a decree. We were forced by court to pay 80 million. Let me finish, Mr. Speaker. 80 million was paid to Kwangamboya for onwards transmission to the vendor's lawyer, which he did. In this case, Mr. Speaker, the fees for Kwangamboya is only 4 million. And the documents say we have never even paid a coin, Mr. Speaker. 16 million, Mr. Speaker, the case for Ruaraka School, where the taxpayers' money, 1.5 billion was lost. Miller won that case. The land for Ruaraka Primary School worth 4 billion was reverted back to the county government of Nairobi. These are legal fees and they are court orders, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Council, put your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's common.
Put your question.
What documents did we seek, or what were we seeking from them? The next quorum. Yes? What document were we seeking from that advocate, Mr. Governor?
Which advocate?
Kwangamboya.
You are seeking some documents. I'm not aware. Maybe you explain to me.
Mr. Speaker, again.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, again, we are going to an arena that we passed in the morning. He is referring to documents that are not actually admitted. And he wants to cross-examine.
That is the question I asked you, and you also you were just circumlocuting. I asked you whether the document that has been given to the governor was admitted or not.
Mr. Speaker, that is the letter that we wrote to this honorable house. and the document written to this particular house in respect to a matter becomes subject of a matter. Mr. Speaker, this is what we call the doctrine of res gestae. Facts otherwise not relevant becoming relevant. These are the summons, they form part of the records. They form part of the records.
Okay, let's proceed.
Yes, thank you for the protection, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Governor, kindly read the documents.
Yes, I can read. Where do you want me to read?
Yes, that column.
Okay. The column, pre-qualification by the county government. That's part
What
A.
are we asking, Governor?
On pre-qualification.
Yes, what other document were we seeking?
Letter of instruction for the case.
Yes, what else?
Fee notes.
Correct.
Tax compliance certificate and evidence of tax payment.
Is
then dates of payment, Mr. Speaker.
Is Mr. Paul Mboya, is Mr. Kwanga Mboya before this house as your advocate this afternoon?
Yes.
Good.
Even you are representing your clients, at the end of the day, the assembly is going to pay you. So there's nothing wrong with that.
Is he present?
Yes.
Good. Let's go to CC Miller.
He is not accused. He's not an accused person.
Let's go to CC Miller.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
What documents were we asking for?
From Mr. Cecil Miller, you are asking for...
The same documents, yes?
Those are your colleagues. You could have written to them directly instead of asking me these questions.
Governor.
The instructions come from the county attorney, not from the governor.
Governor.
So you could have written to them. They are your colleagues. I'm not supposed to answer these questions. Just deal with my impeachment.
Governor, you will answer.
Okay.
If you want to be acquitted by this house, you'll answer the questions. You will not choose what to say and what to do.
Okay,
you are
Mr.
a witness.
Speaker.
Just proceed, Council.
How much did you say Kwanga Mboya was paid?
Mr. Speaker, he was paid 80 million.
80 million.
After a decree that was issued by Justice, the order is here with me.
Yes, how much was he paid?
80 million.
80 million.
By Justice Mativo. So these are ruling by Justice Mativo.
No, don't take documents that are not before the Senate.
But the court order is in the public domain.
Those don't take
If
documents.
you Google Kenya Law Reports, you'll get this order.
When was he paid that amount?
Who now? Kwanga Mboya?
Apollo Mboya. Kwanga Mboya.
Okay, I've got the...
Kwanga Mboya, when was he paid?
I've got the voucher here with me,
yes.
Mr. Speaker. I've got the bank receipts. Let me just check. Just give me a minute for that, please. I'll just answer you right now, please.
Mr. Speaker, we are limiting ourselves to the documents that I have. These are not documents before the Senate.
No, but you see, you have answered the question of when he was paid. I've got the bank statement. How the RTGS was paid to him. After 1 hour, he transferred the money to the...
When was he paid?
He transferred the money to the vendor's lawyer. Even his fees, which he raised to us, was 4 million. Okay, when he was paid, Mr. Speaker...
Yes, how much fees did he raise?
I'm coming to that.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, he was paid on 16th July 2019.
And
he's talking about funds being diverted for 2020.
Wait, C.C. Miller, how much was he paid?
Let me finish about this transaction.
C.C. Miller,
let me finish, Council.
Governor, it's me lead.
My friend, let me finish. Let me finish. You have asked a question.
Let him answer,
okay.
Council.
Enda pole pole, wacha speedy. Mimi sipeleka kumbio, my friend. I'm a fan of cases. So, Mr. Speaker, the money was paid from the county account on the 16th July 2019 to Kwanga Mboya's account 0113623028200, Kwanga Mboya and Company Advocates. The same day, after 1 hour, Kwanga Mboya remitted the monies to beneficiary, Okoth and Kiplagat and Company Advocates, who was the vendor's lawyer, Musa Yego's lawyer, based on a decree that was issued by Justice Mativo of High Court of Kenya.
Okay.
Vide case number, which I've mentioned, 218.
Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission.
2018.
If the witness is not going, if I will not be allowed to lead the witness, we will not be able to lead the evidence that we have. Because the witness will have the risk of going on the frolic of his own, as he is now doing.
You are the one who raised the question, Council.
What I want is that, you give him time to respond.
Yeah, but again, he cannot respond to the question that he has not been asked. That's the purpose of cross-examination.
Okay, proceed.
So, how much, you said he was paid on which day?
Now let me refer to, the statement.
Correct?
To the statement again. Mr. Speaker, he was paid on 16th.
On 16th.
July 2019.
How much or what was the invoice that he had raised?
Sorry, come again?
What was the invoice that he had raised?
The invoice is here with me, being payment. Okay, this is the legal fee. The invoice, this is the invoice he raised. Being payment of legal fees in respect of petition number 218 of 2018, Musa Yego versus Nairobi City County Government. The invoice for his fees was 5 million.
5 million.
17,000.
Thank you. Would you explain to this?
After tax.
Would you explain to this Senate?
I've not finished about the legal payment.
Would you
That's all. I have not finished.
Order.
You have answered the
You
question.
referred me to the invoice. Let me finish the
You
details of the
have
invoice.
answered the question.
Order.
I am satisfied with the answer.
No,
it's my
that's
answer.
not, 6 million is not the total payment. You have not
Listen.
deducted taxes.
Okay.
I am satisfied with that answer.
I mean, I'm not satisfied with my answer.
No. But Governor, order, Governor. You know, you are.
Mr. Speaker, I must
But you are not the one who asked the question, so you cannot be satisfied with your own. Whoever has asked says he's satisfied with the answer. So wait for the next question.
Mr. Speaker, I'm on oath.
I am satisfied.
No, I'm on oath. I don't know to give a misleading answer.
Mr. Speaker,
Yeah.
can
5
this
million
witness be
is not
confirmed?
Okay, Council, just hold on. Yeah.
5 million as per the invoice, Mr. Speaker, is not the final legal payment.
That question was put.
This was the initial amount. Taxes had to be removed. So the final legal fee we are supposed to pay Kogamboya is 4 million, not 5 million.
I'm also
And this is the
satisfied,
invoice.
Mr. Governor.
Okay.
I'm also satisfied.
The House was not satisfied.
I now leave you to the blue file.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You have it? Have it?
Yeah.
E1?
Which,
E1, the big
E1.
file.
Yes, I can look for it.
Have it, Governor?
Yes.
The big blue file.
Yeah.
And you go with me to page 77 very fast.
I'll not go with you, I'll just go to page 47. Why should I go with you? Let me look for it. I can't go with you, I can go alone. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking for the file.
Thank you. Yes.
Which page, please? Mr.
Page
Counsel?
77.
Okay.
Open with me page 77.
Which volume, please?
The blue file.
There are three.
Big blue. Yes, that one. Are you on page 77, Governor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
That is a copy of the extracts of the IFMIS, yes?
Yes.
I want you to look at entry labeled 0305, yes?
It's not visible.
305. You will see, Mr. Governor, it's visible. I can
305?
see. Yes, this one.
Come and show me. Okay.
Can you read out the details?
Let me put on my torch. I can't see.
Is it getting darker?
No, Mr. Speaker, it's faint. The font is...
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Read that entry. What does it relate to?
15th July 2019.
Yes.
15th July 2019.
What action on the next column is taking place?
Outward transmission of 80 million.
Yes. Who was the recipient?
Kwanga Mboya and Company Advocates.
Apollo Mboya and Company Advocates, correct?
Yeah, yes.
80 million.
Not Apollo Mboya. There's no Apollo.
Sorry,
there.
not Apollo.
Yeah.
Kwanga Mboya,
You're misleading the House.
Kwanga Mboya, yes?
Yes.
80 million paid on the 15th as against an invoice of 5 million, yes?
Sorry?
Yes, Mr. Governor, Mr. Kenyanji, would you let the witness be?
Okay, proceed, Council. Yeah, 80 million in favor of Kwanga Mboya.
Look at entry labeled 301.
Yes, I'm there.
What does it relate to?
Same date, 15th.
15th, yes?
Yes, 2019, not 2020.
Yes.
Yeah.
What action is taking place?
A payment of 30 million to Abdullahi Gitari.
An RTGS,
and
yes.
the Yambo Advocates.
How much was paid?
15th July 2019.
Yes.
1 year ago, he was paid.
It's okay. I go to the next page, page 78. Entry 306. Can you see it? 306.
But Mr. Speaker, why are you concerned with
Entry
other
306,
clients?
Mr. Governor.
Other lawyers for payments.
Entry 306.
Okay. 306, yes.
Yes. What action is taking place? Which date and what action?
Repeat yourself, please.
306. What date is it?
Is it 306? This page has not 306. The end is 305. Maybe,
Okay,
maybe I go to the next page. 77, the end is 305. 306. Where? The top is 218, not 306. Mr. Speaker is misleading the House.
You're not referring to
the
same document.
306 is
I
referring
told
to
you to
item number
refer.
1 is
I
288.
told you to refer to page 78, not
You have said
77.
77. This is 77.
78.
Okay. Give me 77. 78.
So where's 70?
Page 78.
Give me page 78. You have not given me page 78. Let me look for it, please. You asked for 77. Now you're asking for 78.
Yes,
Okay, let me look-
78.
Okay, look for 78.
And you look at entry labeled 306.
Okay. So 70, the next page. The next page.
Governor, mindful of time. Yes?
Yes.
Move very fast.
Yes.
306. What action is taking place?
78. I want 78. The next page. Oh, 3 looks like 8. Okay. Yes, I'm there, Mr. Speaker.
What action is taking place?
Mr. Speaker, the action taking place, another transaction 15th July 2019 and not 2020. I know
Yes.
I know your allegations are
Yes.
heading to. This is a payment, Mr. Speaker, Nairobi City County paying Cecil Miller and Company advocates.
How much was paid to Sisi Miller?
80 million.
Yes?
80 million.
83 million, correct?
Million.
I want you to confirm that all this amount of money was paid on the same day, on 15th of July 2019, correct?
It is correct, and it is not a big.
Correct or not correct?
When money reflected to
It's
the county
okay.
account from this
It's
checker.
okay.
Yes.
And you have had us alleging and adducing evidence that that is the money that was meant for the bursary. Yes? Go with me to page number 1.
No, let me answer the question. Mr. Speaker.
Go to me.
No, I can't go there to answer the question.
Okay,
Mr. Speaker,
let him answer, then he will.
Mr. Speaker, the lawyer is behaving like his client. He just wants to mislead the House. I was very clear about the bursary funds. These transactions, Mr. Speaker, are dated 15th June 2019. The financial year ended in 2020 September. And there is proof that the funds were transferred back to CBK. They were not used.
Governor, what budget are we questioning in our ground 1?
You are questioning,
Confirm to
you are questioning bursary budget, and I've answered that. And I've given you proof that
Governor,
no coin was used from the bursary fund.
okay.
Maybe
I
go
hear
to the CBK statement and see the money is there.
I hear you, now hear me.
Yes.
Kindly confirm that the budget that we are dealing with is 2019-2020, yes?
There were 2 budgets. There are several budgets for...
I want you to confirm yes or no.
I referred to 3 different budgets in
I
this
want you to
proceedings.
confirm. But I've told you now that I'm dealing with not those other ones.
No.
We are dealing with that budget, Mr. Governor.
Mr. Speaker, this is a previous financial year, Mr. Speaker.
When does government year begin to run?
This is, let me see. It's June.
When does it begin to run?
Okay, this is July, Mr. Speaker. Is this true? The next financial year, 2019-2020.
So that's the financial year we're dealing with, yes?
Yes.
Good. I want to refer you to the same file, and you now go to page 1.
Yes.
That is an invoice, correct?
Let me get it first, please. Yes, I got it, Mr. Speaker.
You're there, Governor?
Yes.
What does that invoice relate to?
This is a payment.
Yes?
This is a payment, being payment of transfer of bursary funds.
Transfer of bursary
But
funds.
this
Yes?
is a written document.
It's
and
okay.
I don't know the authenticity of this.
It's okay. The same document you referred to.
It is unwritten, not electronic document.
Governor?
Not from the CBK statement.
How much money is in issue in that invoice?
Sorry?
How much money is in issue? How much money are we looking at?
297,500,000 of
297.
2019, and it went direct to the cooperative bank
Okay.
account.
I have not asked where it went.
Yes.
Confirm to this house that that is the money appearing on ground one of our
No,
operation.
no, it is a total lie. The money.
I have asked you the
No,
figures.
it is a total lie. I have said.
Governor, hear me out. Confirm.
Yes.
That 297,500,000.
Yes.
Is the money in question or money the subject of these proceedings?
Okay, can you allow me to answer you?
No, confirm.
No, no, it is, we are lying. I want to answer the question.
Let him answer, yes.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said earlier, financial year 2018-2019, the allocation for bursary was 297,500,000, and I aired a clip.
It's okay.
Showing the master check for the same amount.
It's okay.
And Mr. Speaker, I have a statement how this amount was utilized. From CRF account, it went to cooperative bank account, and we have a list of all the beneficiaries, Mr. Speaker, from the county.
But it's talking about 2019. Okay.
Yeah, okay. This is 2019. Again, Mr. Speaker, 2019-2020, we allocated the same similar amount, 297,500,000,
okay.
again to for bursary.
It's okay.
And towards the end of the financial year, we have a statement from CBK confirming around September the funds were not disbursed. There was no disbursement from the checker due to the COVID-19 challenges. Schools were closed.
It's okay.
We returned this money back to the.
It's okay.
And the statements are there, Mr. Speaker.
I hear you, Mr. Governor.
That's fine.
But as much as I hear you, I want you to refer to page 76 of the same document. Are you there? 76?
Give me a minute, please. Which page, please, Council?
76.
76.
Mr. Kenyanjui, don't coach the witness. He is my witness. You'll have time when I yield.
I'm the Senate's witness, not your witness, please. Okay, Council, I've got the document, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Page 76.
Are you there,
Yes.
Governor?
Yes.
Look at entry labeled 261. Correct? 61.
Yes, please. Yes.
261. Yes?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
What date is it?
It is saying.
What date?
Date, it is 12 July 2019.
Yes. What action is taking place?
The action is outward RTGS.
Yes.
Of two.
No, RTGS. From which account to which account?
This is from CBK to the county account.
CBK?
Let me just confirm.
No. Mr. Governor. Governor, please.
A second, kindly.
There is an intervention. Senator Olekina.
Governor, let me show you.
Just hold on. Senator Olekina, what's your intervention?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, proceed. I can answer that.
You are off record. Okay.
I am on mic. Off. And now? Okay. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure whether I'm the only visitor in Jerusalem. I have no clue what the documents they're referring to. I'm trying to follow. I can't see. I got lost in between the documents which were being introduced and this current document. So if they can refer us to the file, the document, we can follow.
Council, which document are you referring to?
We are referring to this big blue file labeled as 9A. And Mr. Kinyanjui is
That's
not the witness.
Council Kinyanjui.
Council Kinyanjui.
You are the one who was complaining yesterday about.
I don't know why he's losing the decorum of a senior counsel.
Take your seat.
I was informing
Okay.
His Excellency the Governor.
Yep.
You seek leave. You seek leave.
Okay. Okay.
You seek leave of the chair.
I have, Mr. Speaker, so I did raise my hand and
Okay.
you motioned me.
Okay.
And I think Mr. Njiro did not see that.
Okay. What is your?
Oh, honorable members, I don't mean any disrespect. What I was whispering to His Excellency the Governor is that in any case of any document he needs, he can just.
We can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was informing His Excellency the Governor, whispering to him because Mr. Njiro was addressing, I think, another issue that on the file that we have to reference, it is their documents, and so I'm taking a little bit longer to look for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Governor, I'm assuming that now you have the document, correct?
Let me go back to the document.
No.
You have somehow confused me. Okay, you've told me entry number, page 76, yeah?
Page 76.
I am there.
Entry labeled 261.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, entry number.
The date is which date?
Mr. Speaker, the entry number 261, the date is 12th July.
12th July.
2019.
2019.
RTGS.
RTGS.
Outward transmission.
Yes.
To Nairobi County CBK. Okay, from CBK account to Nairobi County account.
Yes.
297,500,000.
Confirm that this is the account for the Nairobi County.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I confirm.
Confirm that the money in issue came from Nairobi County CBK.
Yes, to Nairobi County government account. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Cooperative Bank.
Finally confirm
yes,
that the money is 297,500,000. Yes?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Then, Mr. Governor, explain the expedition or the manner in which you distributed that money.
Very good. That's a very good answer,
Following,
Mr. Speaker.
listen.
A good question.
Listen, Governor.
Yes.
Is this the money that you said was returned to CBK?
Yes. Let me answer.
Do you have evidence of...
A question cannot answer another question, please.
Governor, I'm asking you.
I've given you time.
Confirm that this is the money that you are
I cannot confirm because an answer cannot answer another answer.
Okay.
Give you a question.
Let's have some... Okay, you answer what he has asked first, then systematically.
Okay, and let me refresh. I want you to confirm.
No, I don't want you to refresh. I don't want you to refresh. I've got
Order, please. This is a court, and we need to follow the proceedings. Please, let's conduct ourselves in a civil manner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, okay.
So can I answer, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, allow me to refresh the question for his benefit.
I have the question, Mr.
No, he says he has heard the question,
I
so
have heard the question,
let him answer. He doesn't need to be refreshed.
Mr. Speaker, let me answer the question.
Answer.
The council is repeating himself in the manner in which he is asking questions. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the council is referring to the disbursement of 2019 for bursary. Mr. Speaker, immediately after his clients were charged in court.
No, that's not the question I
No,
put.
I'm answering.
I'll come to that.
That is how I'm answering. You have a way of asking question, I've got a way of answering. So kindly.
Okay.
Yesterday you gave ruling.
I'll take less than a minute. Mr. Speaker.
Council, just hold on. Let's see.
Yes, Mr.
Only
Speaker.
one, Mr. Speaker. You gave us directions.
Let me answer, please.
That when a question of yes or no is put, and this was confirmed by Senator Judge Mazayo, an experienced judge, that an answer must be given in that nature.
Council, just to relax.
The answer is no, and I've got reasons why it is no. So let me explain why it's no, why you are misleading the House. I'm on oath. I cannot lie to the House. I was once a senator. I know the repercussions of lying.
Okay.
This House has powers equivalent to the powers of High Court. I can be charged with perjury.
Proceed to answer.
So just relax, Council. Let me answer. Mr. Speaker, with all the due respect, the Council is misleading the House. Immediately after his clients were charged in court for stealing taxpayers' money, diverting to their proxy's account, to their wife's account, I immediately stopped the process of issuing checks direct to MCS. What we did, Mr. Speaker, and we have a law which we amended and it is in the public domain, we agreed that all payments should be taken to the bank, request for payment should be taken to the bank, then the county, through the bank, our bank is Cooperative Bank, transmits the money through RTGS direct to schools. And Mr. The page where the council is referring to, and I want to repeat myself, to page 76 of his affidavit or whatever, transaction number 261, 12th July 2019. This is a genuine transaction, Mr. Speaker. The same date, this same amount is captured in the statement, Mr. Speaker.
That statement is
number
not
one,
before us.
number one, Mr. Speaker, the statement, same date,
Mr. Speaker,
12th July.
Mr. Speaker, if you may.
Just after
May
after
the witness
30 minutes.
restrict himself to the documents before you.
It is in the, Mr. Speaker, 12th July 2019. This same money.
Governor, those documents with us?
They are not filed.
Mr. Speaker, this is a statement from Cooperative Bank. The same money is alleging.
No,
it is found in the statement
But
for,
is
for
it
bursary for previous years.
Is
for
it
previous year? The money was transferred to Cooperative Bank.
But is
it was a list of all the beneficiaries. Over
Mr. Speaker,
100,000 students.
the document is not before
But what we are saying, if it's not filed, then you can't use it.
Correct.
That is the rule.
Correct, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Council, what do you want to?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, honorable senators. Mr. Kwangamboya sought to produce these documents, and he pleaded because he has been negatively implicated by that notice of summons, and he sought, please allow me to produce this whole bunch so that I can demonstrate what has been alleged against him, and he has now referred to the documents disputing the alleged receipt of
he was asking yesterday.
Together.
Yesterday was already out of time.
No. I'm sorry.
If it's
Mr.
yesterday.
Speaker, sir, it's because, with respect, honorable members, with respect, it's because the summons were sought for by Mr. Njiru, and the ruling was delivered by Mr. Speaker, sir, yesterday that he should be summoned, and yet he was not originally within the witnesses sought by the prosecuting team. So when the grant was made that summons can issue, immediately he rose and said, may I have the leave to have the documents brought in? We anticipated, although it's wrong to anticipate pursuant to your rules, that he could produce these documents in defense of his position. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable members.
Mr. Speaker.
I'm closing. I'm justifying why, because an attack has been made on His Excellency. Why are you referring to documents you have not brought? They are the author of this scenario. With respect, served late. Their notification. Had they told us in advance, on the 15th.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Kenyanjui is eating into our time.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, sir, that is the reason why.
And the application is
Okay.
belated.
Okay.
Governor, answer the question.
Okay, let the governor proceed.
Is that the amount of the money you said was returned to CBK?
Yes, the amount of the money returned to CBK, yes, is the same.
Do you have evidence of return?
Yes, the CBK, I've got the CBK
Have you
statement.
tabled that evidence before this
Yes,
tribunal?
during my, when I was testifying in the morning, I tabled the document is in the affidavit, in my affidavit. The amounts in figures were the same. 2018, 2019, 2020, the amounts were the same.
Okay, let's make progress.
Mr. Speaker, maybe as the Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, Mr. Speaker,
Governor,
some of the
Governor, yes.
Documents.
Take the next file.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, please.
9B.
On the floor, yes, Senator.
Thank you.
The Governor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with all the due respect, Mr. Speaker, as my counsels indicated earlier, the counsel served us with his files and affidavits past 7 p.m., the day we were supposed to be filed. We requested for these statements at Cooperative Bank. They were very voluminous, Mr. Speaker. They are over 600 pages. Actually, we were delayed by the bank in printing of these statements. They were satisfied today in the morning, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, with all the due respect, I was a member of this House. I'm requesting, because we made 80 copies, these are bank statements. If, I don't know, in the instance of time, if I can be allowed either to serve a copy to the clerk or yourself, Mr. Speaker, so that
Mr. Speaker,
the funds is referring
you've pronounced
to.
yourself on that issue. So let's proceed, Governor.
I'm just requesting the House from another angle. You've never been a senator, my friend.
Okay,
What
well,
language you are appealing
Governor,
for?
Governor.
To colleagues.
Governor, okay, I've had your question. I'll respond to that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed, Council.
Governor, do you have this volume of document labeled 10H? It's your document?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Please open with me page 170.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm there, page 170.
What is the document that you're looking at?
This Central Bank of Kenya.
Yes.
It is a transaction showing stopped RTGS payments. It is dated 1st September 2020. And the transaction is 12th July 2019.
How much money is in issue?
It's same. I've told you the allocation for bursary fund was the same.
Does that
Previous year same and 2019-2020 is the same.
Is that document indicating a refund or a return of that amount?
No, this is a refund because it is saying stopped. And by then there were no allocations from the exchequer because of COVID challenges.
When was it refunded?
No, this is another financial year. This
Yes, I'm
was
asking.
refunded. It was refunded
When
on first.
Was that money refunded?
This document has been authenticated.
When was the money refunded, Governor?
First, it was not refunded. It was not even available.
Okay, when was it returned?
All the counties didn't have money, Mr. Speaker, due to COVID challenges.
I am looking at the date.
It was withdrawn from the IB. It doesn't mean it was returned.
Which date, Governor?
1st September 2020.
1st September.
Yes. But the transaction you are talking of, 16th July 2019, is captured in the statement the same date.
I
It
know
went
I am
to all the
asking those
schools
questions.
through RTGS.
Governor, I am aware that you know the provisions of Section 30 of the County Government Act, yes?
Yes.
And you know it relates the functions of the governor, correct?
Yes.
And I know you are aware that among the functions of the governor
Yes.
is to be accountable for the management and use of the county resources, yes?
Yes.
Is that one of your functions?
No, but
that is one of your functions.
no, but in the recent
Governor,
ruling by this
I am reading the
honorable
law
House in the Waiguru impeachment.
I am reading the law, Governor.
Okay.
I am putting to you that Section 30 requires you to be accountable for the management and use of the county resources, yes?
If I've broken one of those laws, but for now I've not broken anything.
You are aware, Governor, that you are the buck stops with you, yes? In the management and accountability.
In some of the
Mr.
areas.
Speaker, may
in
we
some
have
of the areas, all
protection
the
because
issues, but in some areas,
Mr.
chief officers.
Mr. Kenyanjui is passing notes to the governor, and it's very offensive.
Mr. Kenyanjui.
Mr. Kenyanjui, be honorable.
I think I want to caution you now. This is not a market. This is the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, and sitting here now as a court. Please, if you don't behave with decorum, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave. Proceed.
You're also aware that among the functions that you have is to submit county plans and policies to the county assembly for approvals, yes?
Mr. Speaker,
that is your function,
Mr.
yes
Speaker,
or no?
Before I proceed, this is a simple note from Harrison. I'll give it to the Sergeant at Arms to pass it over you. He's advising me, just become the lawyer wants to annoy you, relax, respect the Honorable Senate. So the advocate is advising me. I can give it to the Sergeant at Arms.
Governor, okay.
But he knows that is wrong.
We take that.
You can consult your advocate,
Governor.
Mr. Speaker.
Okay, answer, Governor.
Thank you.
You are aware that among your functions is to submit the county plans and policies to the county assembly, yes?
Yes.
I now want to refer you to file labeled as 9B. Are you there? 9B, Honorable Senators.
No, he needs to be given the file.
Let me look for it.
9B, the black file. The black file. Move with me to page 631. Governor.
Yeah, just a minute. I'm moving the previous files, which are here.
now have the file. 631, yes? You're there, Governor?
Yes.
But before that, move with me with speed to confirm that that is a tender document relating to Dandora Stadium, yes?
Yes.
Would you kindly read out the description of that project, where it is highlighted, the first paragraph?
Proposed stadia have a 3,000 capacity sitting on concrete terraces.
Yes, concrete?
Terraces.
Yes.
And steel truss.
Yes.
Like carbonated sheets.
Correct. What
Semi-bed-
was the stadium to be constructed of?
Concrete.
Concrete what? Terraces, yes?
Yes.
Move with me to page 808. Governor, you will not be there if you go with that speed. Yes?
Yes.
Confirm, before we read that letter, to whom the project or the tender was awarded to.
Scanjet Construction Limited.
Scanjet Construction, yes?
Yes.
Look at the letter dated 12th of September 2018.
Yes.
Who is the author?
The Chief Officer, Urban Renewal Housing and Project Management.
Is that your officer?
Yes.
Is that officer under you? Is that your officer?
She's no longer there with us.
No, I'm not asking the personality,
She's
the
not my
office.
officer. Karen, she's not my officer. She's no longer with us, Mr. Speaker.
Do you have an office in your county government structures labeled as Urban Renewal Housing and Project Management?
Yeah, we have that department. We don't have such an officer.
You have that department, yes?
Yes.
What is the content of that letter?
The entire letter, or the content.
Yes. Would you read the first?
Proposed construction of and completion of 4 number stadia within Nairobi.
Yes. Read the first paragraph.
A site visit conducted on the 12th September 2018 at Dandora established the following.
Yes.
That you have continued to do works that were not in the contract.
Yes.
Bills of quantities and drawings, especially the heavily reinforced and expansive concrete planes.
What was the company doing?
Constructing the stadium.
With what materials?
But there was an addendum.
With what materials, Governor? We'll come to that.
Works. I'm not an engineer, so.
What materials were being used, concrete or steel?
You have deviated from reinforced concrete terraces. But no, it's not me. I'm not
it's okay, Governor. Read. What deviation was done?
You have deviated from reinforced concrete terraces and preparing grounds for steel terraces.
Yeah. Move with me to page 841. Yes? Page 841. Yes, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Confirm that that is a report from the Public Procurement and Regulation Authority dated 23rd September 2019, yes?
Yes.
If you are there, then move very fast to page 856.
Yes.
Would you read entry or paragraph number 5?
Forgery of documents.
Yes, read.
The contract documents appear to have been forged, including a cabinet memo to state that the stadium should be steel structures when the work is at 70% complete.
Yes, continue.
all the photocopied documents submitted to the authority by the county government of Nairobi were not certified as true copies of the originals.
Yes.
As demanded by the authority. Therefore, it was not possible for the authority to conclude that the documents were either authentic or otherwise. It was not able. So they could have been authentic or not.
So you are simply
because the documents were not submitted.
The authority
on
is
time.
saying there was a variation of the tender terms. Yes?
Even there was an addendum done, which is
I will come to that.
Which is okay.
I'll come to that.
The wall has gone the still way.
Go to page 5857.
Yes.
And you read entry number 6, paragraph 6C.
Yes.
What is the content?
All the documents submitted to the authority by the county government of Nairobi were not certified as true copies. Just to certify.
Yes.
Were not certified as true copies of the original.
Yes.
As demanded by the authority.
Yes.
Yeah.
D, number D, paragraph D.
Which one? E or D?
D, D.
D for dog.
Yes.
The county government paid the contractor an amount of, no, this was a lie. It was not.
Read.
The county government paid the contractor an amount of 196,876,000.
Yes.
As evinced by the payment record highlighted herewith.
Yes.
I continue.
That is page 857. How much money was paid, Governor?
This is not a correct figure. What was paid was only 90 million as per the last. This document did not originate from us, so I cannot say this amount was paid. So I cannot mislead the House on oath. We have correct figures from our affidavit how much was paid.
I want you to read what is.
No, this is not our document, so I cannot own it.
I know. I have not asked you to own. I want you to read. How much money is in issue?
They are alleging that 196 million was paid, but this is a lie. The
Okay,
correct
go
figure
to
that
paragraph
was paid
7.
is less than 100 million.
Read paragraph 7.
Yes, I'm there. Recommendations.
Yes?
Yeah.
What is the content?
The content.
Paragraph A.
It is the authorities' considered opinion that the subject contract documents and the annexures attached to this report should be subjected to more investigations to determine.
Should be subjected to investigation, yes?
But the investigations are still ongoing to determine whether they have been forged, whether they have been forged or not.
Look at your affidavit.
Including cabinet memorandum to state that the stadium should be still when the work is nearing completion.
Was this report brought to your attention?
No.
As a chief executive officer?
No, they are my juniors who are relevant to, who have been assigned to do this.
Does that mean that in your governance, you don't, it is true what was testified by Janet Ouko Muthoni, that you have a dysfunctional system and that is why this was never brought to your attention?
No. No.
So was this brought to your attention?
But the officers...
Was this brought to your attention?
It was brought maybe to my CECs, my county secretaries, my chief officers.
Yes.
Yeah.
I read the law to you that you are the most, and the buck stops with you about accountability, yes?
No, you are lying to the House.
Okay. I want to refer you to your paragraph 48, appearing on page 12, document labeled 10H. 10H, the governor's document. 10H. 10H. Governor, you can have this for purpose of expediency.
Which page?
Governor, I want you to refer to this.
Yeah, I'm having some.
Okay, have a look at that.
Yes, I'm there.
Would you kindly read that, confirm that this is your affidavit?
Yes, I deny in total charges in paragraph.
Confirm that this is your affidavit?
Yeah.
Read paragraph 45.
I deny in total the charges in paragraph 1E, as I have no role to play in the procurement, which is true.
Yes.
Of goods and services. I state, moreover, The issue of the construction of the Dandora Stadium is being investigated by the authorities.
By the EACC, correct?
Agencies. I've not finished this.
By the EACC, correct?
You told me to read, let me finish.
Is the matter being,
the issue
Governor,
of construction of the stadium
we want
is
to
being
save time.
investigated by other authorities, agencies like
Okay,
EACC.
good.
Yeah.
So it is within your knowledge
Yes.
from your deponent's documents that the matter is being investigated, yes?
Investigations are maybe still ongoing.
And you have seen your officer saying and advising on the question of the variation, yes?
No, that is.
You deny your officer?
She's no longer with us, so I don't know.
I'm
where
not
she is.
asking the person, the office. The office of that officer, is it still in existence?
Yes, it is, but the current officer has not.
Has the Dora Stadium been completed?
No, it is not.
What was the completion period?
1.5 years.
And how many years down the line now?
But it was the construction was suspended.
What has stalled the construction?
We did an addendum. We wanted.
What has stalled the construction?
The investigations which are still ongoing.
Okay.
And they're
Mr.
not
Speaker,
complete.
sir, allow me to yield to Mr. Milimo. He has a very 2-3 more limbs. We gave latitude to the other witnesses. Mr. Speaker.
How much more time do you want? Because already 1 hour is over, which I had given.
We need about just 30 minutes only. 30. Because he has the issue of the daughter flying to the UK, to the US, and he's going to
Okay,
deal
I'll
with
give
it.
you 30. Time is not a strategy, it will end.
Thank you.
It will.
But as I go and yield, did you have the look of the videos that were played here?
No, I was not in the house.
No, yesterday.
My lawyers had a look.
Did they inform you what was played?
No.
Did they inform you?
No.
Have you rebutted that evidence?
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Milimo is my name. I'll be taking Milimo is my name. I'll take the last few portion of resignation of the governor. Mr. Governor, first, of course, I want you to confirm that you are the Chief Executive Officer
Yes.
of the County Government of Nairobi.
Yeah.
And Governor, you are aware that MCS, just as well as yourself, are both elected leaders.
Yes, true.
And you agree with me, Governor, because we're going to cooperate quickly, that both the county assembly members and the governor are independent officers that have independent mandate.
Yeah.
And you agree with me, Governor, that both the county assembly as well as the governor are accountable organs
Yes.
of the county government.
Yes.
And that none of them has a right to gag the other.
Depends on the circumstances.
Yes, but at least generally you have no right to gag the other.
No, if they divert public funds, we can deal with them as provided for in the law.
Okay. And you agree with me that both the governor and the county assembly must be accountable for all purposes and intents.
Yeah.
And Governor, do you agree with me that one of the things that will bring about accountability is the impeachment process that is before you?
I'm not aware.
And do you agree with me, Governor, that you went to court to stop this process of impeachment?
There was an ongoing case which was, there was a ruling that was delivered.
Yes, and in that ruling, the court denied to stop the process of
No,
impeachment.
there was an ongoing case.
Was there a ruling at any point delivered towards whether or not, the
Yes.
question of whether or not the impeachment will proceed?
I'm not aware because I've not been in court. But I know our orders were extended for, no, that was the budget case before Justice Mrima.
Yes, but you're aware you filed a case, petition number 35, in Employment and Labor Relations Court.
Yeah, but the case is still active in court.
Are you aware whether a ruling was delivered on
We
the
were
9th?
told, we were told to go back to court.
I'm asking a question. Are you aware that a ruling was delivered on 9th of December 2020?
9th?
Of December 2020 on the question of whether or not these impeachment proceedings
I
were
have to
proceed?
confirm with my lawyer on record because I'm not going to court from that time.
Okay, very well. And are you aware that the court dismissed your request or prayers seeking that these impeachment proceedings be stopped?
Those are normal processes in court.
Are you aware?
I'm
If
not,
yes,
I'm not aware.
you are not aware.
Yes.
So that all the issues you've talked about relating to court process, unless you want selective recollection of evidence, are things that are not within your knowledge.
But the sub judice rule is very clear. It doesn't talk about court orders. It talks about any active matter in court.
Yes, you have avoided that question, but nevertheless we shall proceed.
Any matter active in court.
One of the things I want to ask you, Governor,
Yes.
is that you are aware you are invited when the impeachment proceedings commenced at the National Assembly. You are invited by the Assembly. Were you or were you not?
I was invited.
You were invited, and the date?
And my lawyers proceeded to the assembly with the documents. They were stopped.
Let's go slow.
By the Senate of
The
Towns.
date that you were to appear was on the 3rd of December 2020.
Yes.
And that is the date that the impeachment motion was tabled, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember the advice or directions that you were given on your mode of appearance on that day of 3rd of December 2020?
I don't remember.
You cannot recollect.
Yes.
You have talked about evidence relating to 2017, 2016, 2019. You can't remember something that happened just a few weeks ago?
No.
So answer the question. Do you remember the mode you were asked that you would appear, the mode of appearance?
I don't remember because the service was not properly done.
You cannot recall?
Yes.
2 ways of appearance. Are you aware that you can either appear physically or virtually?
Yeah, I learned it from here, from the Senate, when the communications were done by the,
You learned
by
from
the
the
speaker.
Senate.
Yes.
Do you recall that you are supposed to appear virtually, yes or no?
No.
You do not recall. So were you advised how to appear?
But an appearance you can even be
Were you
by-
advised? Did that letter state to you?
My lawyer came physically.
It's not about whether your lawyer came. The question is, in that letter, was there a direction of how you would appear?
I don't remember.
You cannot remember.
Yes.
That's very well. So when you send your lawyer to go to the county assembly, was
Yes.
it on your own volition or based on the direction from the assembly?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
When you send your lawyers to go to the assembly to appear for you, did you read the letter that invited you there, or you did it on your own volition?
If I have lawyers to deal with my legal matters, that is up to them to handle the issues. They can represent me on my behalf.
So you did not bother whether or not there was any direction in the letter of invitation?
If the lawyers came, then they were aware, they knew what they were doing.
Okay, so that is for your lawyers.
Yes.
You've said so much about the proceedings of 3rd December 2020, Governor.
Yes.
And you are aware that a county assembly, just as is the Senate, is a house of record.
Yes.
And you also agree with me, Governor, that the record of such assembly or Senate proceedings is a conclusive evidence of what transpired on that particular day or event.
Sorry, come again?
The record of such a house is the conclusive evidence of what transpired on such a particular event or proceeding.
No. House, like Senate, it is respected. They don't do, break the law like what transpired in the assembly. So you cannot compare the assembly and the Senate.
Yes, but at least the prima facie evidence or the evidence is the record of what transpired.
For the Senate and the assembly is very different.
Okay, for the Senate, what is the record? The record is conclusive, correct?
For the Senate, it's okay, but for the assembly, no.
Yes, for the Senate is
They
okay.
commit a lot of illegalities.
Yes.
So what happened?
Yes.
They're aware of what transpired.
Yes.
There are no numbers. They've been forging signatures of MCS.
Before we go there.
The Senate here, the Speaker, even the clerk cannot forge signatures of members.
Yes.
Yeah, so those are, we have some crooks there in the assembly. Your clients.
Okay.
This is a house of integrity. You cannot compare with a house of people swindling taxpayers' money.
Governor, you've been...
Governor, stick to what you have been asked.
Yes, I was asking...
Don't go there.
Yes, I was asking Mr. Speaker, that at least that word be withdrawn. Those are leaders that are elected, and they cannot be labeled as crooks.
They can be, see, they've been stealing. It's in the public domain, and they've been charged in court.
Yes, nevertheless, we will proceed, Governor. You are aware that this impeachment process,
Yes.
especially referring to the county assembly,
Yes.
has different organs that handle the paperwork and everything at different times.
No.
Does the office of the clerk have any role to play
Which
in the
we are
impeachment?
referring to
Clerk
the
of the
Senate?
county assembly?
No.
They don't have a role. Does the
I'm
office...
not an MCA, so I'm not conversant to the standing orders of the assembly.
Yes. Does the office of the speaker have any role to play in the impeachment process at the assembly, county assembly?
Yes.
Yes. And are you aware that for purposes of all the papers that are delivered to the county assembly, they are normally delivered to the clerk of the assembly?
Yes.
And that therefore the clerk is as accounting officer for purposes of the papers relating to these impeachment proceedings
Yes.
that were tabled before you?
Yes.
And you appear to have had a problem with the papers that were delivered to the county assembly.
My lawyers will handle that.
Your lawyers will handle that.
Yes.
Did you, at any point in time, Governor, invite or ask the Senate to summon the clerk of the county assembly to come and answer to any issues relating to the paperwork that was delivered at the county assembly?
The witnesses summoned.
Did you or did you not? Did you summon or did you not?
The application was in our witness statement, so I'm not aware. I've not seen the witness statement.
So at least you've not.
We do not read all the volumes, all the affidavits.
So the question is, did you ask for summon against the clerk or not?
I'll have to consult my lawyer.
You'll have to consult your lawyer.
Yes.
You have had you can't remember.
Yeah.
Okay. The other thing, you appear to have a problem with the proceedings that commenced and went on and continued at the Nairobi.
Law was not followed.
Okay, you have that problem of law.
Yeah.
Yes. And at any point in time, did you ask the Senate to summon the accounting organ of the county assembly?
No, we requested for MCS to be summoned.
You requested for MCS to be summoned.
Yeah, and they
Yes.
were around waiting to testify, but because of time,
So you did
we
not
were
summon.
not able to do that.
Yes, so you did not ask the speaker to be availed at all to answer to any issues that you would have, correct?
It is not me to ask, to request for the speaker to come.
It's not you to ask.
Yeah, we have our witnesses, we have
Yes.
our witnesses.
Yes, Mr. Governor,
Yes.
you referred to a certain document at page, Mr. Speaker, page
Yes.
221, volume 10H.
10H.
10H of your documents, page 221. Page 221, volume 10H. H of that document, Governor. That's the letter dated, I think, 7th December.
Yes.
Yes. All I want you to confirm, of course, yes, if you confirm, Governor, that you are the boss of the Nairobi City County
Yes.
Executive.
Yes.
And confirm to me that this is a letter that is written by one of your officers, written to yourself.
Come again?
Okay. You indicated
Yeah.
issues relating to Director of Criminal Investigations.
Yes.
I want to put a direct question. Is this letter emanating from the Director of Criminal Investigations,
No,
DCI?
this an officer from the CID. We have a county unit for CID and police officers seconded to us by the National Police Service.
That letterhead, 221, the letterhead is for which organ?
The letters for Nairobi County.
Nairobi City County, correct?
Any matters pertaining to investigations are being handled by the CID officers attached
Yes.
to the county.
Let's go slow. Let's
Yes.
go slow.
Yeah.
Yes. Is there anywhere that somebody is saying that this is an officer attached to the county?
Yes.
Where is it?
When he signs Director, Investigation and Information Analysis.
Yes.
And We don't own the charge sheet. The charge sheet, you can see the
No, no,
heading.
no, no. Let's
It's
deal
from the
with
National Police Service.
I'm asking,
Yes.
in the document I've referred you is at page 221.
Yes.
Confirm to me that this document is under the letterhead of your county government.
Yes, but I've said these are CID officers
Yes, yes,
from
yes.
the DCI's office, CID
Yes.
headquarters,
Yes.
attached to the county government of Nairobi to do investigations.
Yes, the second question is, this letter is written to you as their boss, correct?
Yes, this is a memo because there were ongoing instructions, so they were briefing me. They have succeeded in arresting the suspects.
Very good.
Now
And-
they wanted funds to go to Homa Bay, other schools in Rift Valley.
Yes, very
to
good.
gather for some more evidence.
Of course, you agree with me that your officers have no right of the county to arrest any person.
These are CID officers attached to the county.
I'm talking about the county officers, not CID.
They have a right of arresting.
Yes, on a criminal charge?
Yes.
Under which law?
Not my, under the National Police Standing Order.
I'm
National
talking
Police
about
Service law.
county officers.
These are CID officers attached to the county.
Okay,
Yes.
you have no evidence of that attachment, correct? Yes,
And
but
they're the
let's-
ones who conducted the arrests,
Okay.
not the county officers.
No problem. Let's go on, Governor. You shall recall that this letter had a specific purpose that you have not disclosed to this House. And I want to refer you to the last paragraph at page 222 of the same document, the next page.
222?
Yes, that is the next page.
Yes.
Look at the last paragraph.
Mm.
What was this officer seeking? This is a director, investigation, information analysis. What is he seeking in that paragraph?
You see, once CID officers.
Okay, read it.
I know about the. Okay.
What is he seeking?
The case.
What is he seeking?
You've told me to read.
Okay, read it.
Let me read. You cannot ask two questions at the same time, Council.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, Governor.
The case requires traveling because we have witnesses in Homa Bay. There are schools which are there and students need to receive bursary.
So what is he seeking?
There are letters which were written. So he's saying in Homa Bay County, she's saying Homa Bay County and some areas of Rift Valley. Therefore, we require urgent facilitations like fuel, if they'll spend there like 3-4 days accommodation, money
Yes.
for food.
Very good.
And facilitations to enable us.
Yes, thank you.
Move.
Yes, so thank you, Governor. So this person is seeking for money.
No, for facilitation. For
Facilitation in terms of money to go and do whatever they are supposed
fuel,
to be, correct?
for accommodation. Yeah,
Yes.
I can say yes.
The long and short of it is the money, isn't it?
Interest.
Yes, and the reason why they put a lot of flour and juicy information in this is so that you can top up
There's
the
nothing
money.
like, there's nothing like flour
Okay.
when poor students have
Okay.
been denied bursary funds.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. So I put it to you that all that language was used so that then you release more facilitation to this officer, Governor.
You see, this habit has been there. The scandal has been there since 2016.
Yes. So
we're the ones who stopped it.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Governor. Yes. Is any of the first is the mover of the motion that brought you here among the people who have been charged with all these charge sheets that you've read out? Is he among any of those who have been charged?
No, he has not been charged, but he's
He
among the
has
people who are
not-
supposed to be charged any time from now.
You-
They even check for his constituencies which have been diverted.
Yes,
to
yes,
this.
yes. Of course, you are not a DCI.
Yes, I'm not an investigator. I just read the investigation report.
Yes, of course, you have no power to arrest yourself, correct?
I can't arrest
Very
you.
good. You've talked about diverted checks by MCA.
Yes.
And I'll refer you particularly to page 229
Yes.
of the same document.
Yes. 229.
Yeah, 229 of the same document.
Yes, I'm there.
This is a document that you refer to. The simple thing I want to ask you, is there any MCA who's been charged in respect of these alleged investigations?
Their peers, wives. There is no MCA.
Is there any MCA?
There is no MCA who can open
Thank you.
a fake
You've-
school account on his name, but they are proxies. Wives,
you've had-
wives, peers.
Okay, let's go to the next question, Governor. There's no MCA who's been charged. You also referred to a certain document.
But
that
their
have-
proxies have been charged.
Okay. You cannot say that. You have no mandate to say
It
that.
has been said in the investigation report.
Okay.
PA to MCA Karen, wife
Yes.
to the PA.
Yes.
So these are proxies of MCAs.
That is okay.
If-
So
if
you
your
have
clerk is arrested, that is your proxy.
That is okay.
Yes.
That's okay. So you have also referred to many documents, and there's a document that at some point you referred to which had not been admitted to this, and you said so many things. You said it's for the Hansard purposes,
Yes.
and you mentioned named, you called in a lot of evidence that led to. All I
Yes.
want to confirm to you is that the information you are reading is from that document that was not admitted by this House. But you said it's for Hansard
No,
purposes.
I have requested, because the circumstances behind that was not properly explained.
Yes.
As I've said, for instance, the bank statements were very voluminous, over 1,000 pages. We got them satisfied this morning. By the time we were bringing them to the House, we were time barred.
Yes.
So I've renewed that application to the Honorable Speaker, so we'll wait whether he'll allow, especially the one for the 297 million.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Governor. All I'm asking is that that document was not admitted.
I leave that to the Speaker to
Yes.
on that
Secondly,
at a later stage.
are you aware that such information, that all you said from that document is not admissible because the document is not before the House? Yes or no? Are you aware?
On what?
You are not aware.
The document has been authenticated. It has been certified.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Governor. Yes, I'll go to one of the most, of course, sensitive issues that you've been referred to.
Yes.
And because you yourself opened up,
Yeah.
I want to refer you to you quickly.
Yes.
You have a daughter.
Yes.
In the name of
yeah.
Saum.
We have children. All
Yes.
of us, everybody.
Thank
yes.
you. And this issue has been very contentious.
Yeah.
You agree that indeed that's your good daughter?
Sorry?
You agree it is your daughter?
Yes, she's my daughter.
And you agree with all of us that your daughter has never been employed as a county officer in the
Yes,
Nairobi
she has
City
never
County?
been. She has never been employed as a county officer.
Thank you so much. But nevertheless, you agree with us that your daughter traveled at some point to the United States of America?
Yes, true.
Yes, and of course, all I would want this House to know is that then she traveled in what capacity?
In the delegation, as a woman.
As a delegation?
Even the president, even the governors travel with their family.
Yes,
all
that's
over.
okay. That's okay.
Yes.
All we
And
also
the,
are interested.
the costs are met by the government.
Yes.
Yes.
All that we are interested to know, therefore, is that simply, yes, she went as a delegation, but
Actually, the status confirmed. I
Yes.
think we have that later.
That is okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. But all we are interested to know is that was there any money spent on her travel by the county assembly, county government?
There was nothing that was transferred to her account, and if you have proof, you can bring the statement.
Yeah. So there is
If-
money.
Even to my wife, we catered for some
No, no.
of the expenses.
I
think apart from the flight ticket, from the air tickets,
I want-
we catered for the accommodation.
The county assembly respects your wife, so I want also to respect your wife.
Yeah.
So I don't want to go to your family. All I'm asking is, was there any county government money of Nairobi that was spent on your daughter's subject travel?
Come again
Yes
with that
or
question.
no?
Come again with that question.
Sorry?
Repeat your question.
I'm saying,
Yes.
was there any money
Yes.
from the county government of Nairobi
Yes.
that was spent
Yes.
to facilitate or otherwise be utilized by your daughter
No.
to travel to the US?
No.
There was no money that
Apart,
was spent.
apart from the air tickets, no.
Yes, so the air ticket money, was it paid by the county?
Air ticket, no, for my wife was paid by the county, I think.
No,
For
I've
my-
said I will
You know,
not-
it's 2018, 2019, so I can't remember everything, but there's nothing
Governor.
there is nothing that was transferred to my wife or my daughter. And you have proof, you can bring that statement, we confirm. Or any transfer.
Yes, thank you. You have answered that it was
These
paid.
are just methods to divert attention.
Yes,
from
that's
the real
okay.
issues, yes.
That is okay.
Yeah.
You've answered that it was paid. Yes, I want to refer you to your own document, Governor.
Yes.
That you produced to us here. That is volume 10.
Yeah.
It's written D, volume 10, D, at page 612.
Page 10. Which volume?
It's written D.
D
10.
Volume 3.
Volume 3 of this.
You have an extra copy?
Volume 3 of your documents, starting from pages 423 to 657.
You have an extra copy?
Okay, sorry.
I'm open.
Let's see whether we can get one. Okay. Yes. So page 6.
Which page you're saying?
Page 612.
Yes, I'm there.
You are there.
Mm.
So, of course, you agree that these are your own documents. Is that so?
But I'm not the author of that document.
Okay, but these are your own documents. You are the one who brought them here.
This is one of the documents that was found in
This
the
is one of the documents that you brought it here.
Yes.
Of course, you can see there are two names there.
Yes.
I want to avoid the first name. I want to go to the second person who is named there, and with a lot of respect, just read the names of that person who is written there.
It is not clear.
It's your document.
It is our document, but we are to use it to cross-examine
Yeah.
witnesses who are supposed to come.
Yes.
Because this is not a county document. It's not originated from the county.
No, but you are the author of that document.
No.
But I can.
No, you can check who is the author. There's a company called Premium Agency.
But you brought it yourself.
We were supposed to cross-examine a witness on it. Because you are not the author of this document. There's a reason why this document is in my affidavit.
Then I would allow you to read it together with 9C if my learned colleague can refer you to it. Our document 9C.
Yes.
It's more clear. 9C, it's the same document. But if my colleague is not ready, I can hand over to the governor. It's the same document. Yes. That's the same document. Yes. So it's the same document, 9C. That is at page 1126. 9C.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm there.
1126. So what I'm requesting, Governor, that you do for us, one question only.
Yes, proceed.
Yes, thank you, Governor. One question only. You can see there are two names, of course, indicated or stated in that document.
Yes.
I'm interested in the second name. Kindly just read. Is it the same? No, it's actually 1127. Sorry. 1127.
Come again?
1127. Same document that I gave you, 1127. But the next page.
Before. A page before or after. Oh, yeah. It should be
1128, sorry. It appears there is okay. 1128, correct. So kindly just read the second name there, which is the same document that you referred us to.
Yes.
So read the second name.
This is an invoice by the Premier Plan.
The name.
Premier Plan. Name is Saumu Agnes Mbuvi, my daughter.
Yes, and what is the designation of that?
Well, this is what the document is here. They have written
what? Yes, read
they
it.
have written ward administrator, but my daughter is not a ward administrator.
Yes.
I'm not the author of this document.
But of course, you brought it to us. So
we brought it so that we can question a witness who was supposed to come and testify, but we're not denied
no problem.
We're not given a chance.
Yes, thank you. You've answered the question. Yes.
This
so
is not me, not my daughter,
yes,
not
yes.
my wife.
Very,
it's a
very
company called Premier Plan.
Very well. Yes. Yes.
One of the witnesses was supposed to.
Very well. Thank you, Governor. Of course, in the same document, I want to refer you quickly to page 1133. Go to the next page. 1133.
Okay.
1133. Are you there?
I need your guidance, please. I can't see 1133. I'm seeing only 11. Okay.
Yes. Yes, I'm interested, Governor.
Yes.
Where I think the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The seventh line. This is a document of impressed warrant. You agree with me?
Yes.
What is the nature of the duty that is being stated, that is stated in that document?
Okay, I know what you are referring to.
Written in handwritten, yes.
Okay, written and handwritten.
Handwritten.
Not from computer.
Handwritten.
Well, electronic. Okay. Being impressed for 7.
Being interest for what?
For 20. Is it,
can I read it for you?
Yes.
The document reads, being impressed for County First Lady and Ward Administrator to travel to USA.
Yes.
That is what the document reads.
Yes.
And this is a document from your institution, correct? It's an impressed warrant, you agree? What is the amount stated up there?
The amount
Apply for?
The amount is 2.6 million.
2.6 million.
Payable to Joyce Kijanjuya, not my wife or my daughter or myself.
Yes, yes, thank you. We've stated what that is. So thank you up to that level, Mr. Governor. So we go next very quickly. There's a letter that you refer to at page 59, volume 10H.
59.
Volume 10H.
You're through the
Yes, oh, thank you. Thank you for that, courtesy.
So, which volume? Next.
Volume 10H, page 59. Yes, that is page 59.
Yes.
Just confirm, Governor, that that is. Yes, confirm, Governor, that that letter is dated 23rd November 2020.
Yes.
Yes, and that is a letter that is written by yourself.
My office, yes, signed by myself. Yes.
Signed by yourself. So when was the impeachment motion tabled at the County Assembly?
I think on 26th.
On 26th of December, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So the date of your letter is 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Was this letter at any point in time copied to the mover of the motion?
No, because he was.
It was not copied.
He was being his own investigation.
It was not copied to him.
Yes.
So that you wrote this letter, not copied to him, and you want to allege that the reason for tabling of the motion was because of this letter.
But he's aware because he was summoned by the DCI. His name is. His name appears.
Yes, very well.
Yes.
Very well. So actually, I want to put it to you, Governor, that you wrote this letter after you got wind of the intended impeachment proceedings to blackmail.
I disagree with you because
You
the
disagree.
letter is received.
Okay.
No, the letter is received on the same date.
Yes. Thank you.
And again,
Now,
also, your client is mentioned in the Auditor General report for swindling the county.
Yes.
3 million and is supposed to refund that money.
Yes. Thank you.
2018, 2019 Auditor
Yes.
General report.
Thank you, Governor. You mentioned something about Janet, who was your former officer.
Yes.
Yes. Of course, of course, unfortunately, refer to her,
Yes.
very strong words.
Yes.
But I want to ask you, Governor, do you have any evidence?
Yes.
What is your intervention? There is, Councillor Harrison.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable members. It's just that I noted that the red light is on, and on account of your, Mr. Speaker's assignment to me a strict timeline, I thought the same should apply to him as well. I stuck to your timeline. Honorable members, out of respect and deference to you, I stuck to the timeline. He should.
5 minutes only.
Okay. No, I gave you a lot of latitude, and I've leaned backwards for you on many things.
Yes.
So let me also just execute my duty. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Governor, I want just to establish one thing, whether you understand where the trial of impeachment proceedings takes place, whether it is at the County Assembly or at the Senate.
Come again, please.
Do you know where trial of impeachment proceedings takes place, whether it is in the County Assembly or it is in the Senate?
In both houses. First, it's taken to the.
Do you know where the trial? Do you know what is a trial?
Yes.
So do you know where the trial takes place?
It starts at the Assembly.
It's a?
It starts at the Assembly and ends at the Senate.
The trial. Do you know what is a trial?
Yes.
So do you know where it takes place?
Yes.
Is it at the Senate or at the Assembly?
It starts at the Assembly.
It starts as Assembly according to you.
Yes.
So what I'm asking you, you asked whether the evidence that has been tendered before here was tendered at the County Assembly. I want you, and in 10 seconds, show me any provision that requires the County Assembly to table evidence at the time of tabling and debating the impeachment motion at the County Assembly.
It is. I'm not conversant to the standing order. Give me a minute.
Yes. So do you have?
I have that law somewhere.
Yes.
Let me get the Assembly standing orders.
Yes. Do you have any provision? If you don't have, then we'll move on. Yes.
Standing order number 72-2 of the County Assembly.
Standing order number
72,
72.
Yes.
Yes. And kindly just quote the direct part that states that impeachment at the County Assembly must be accompanied by or done by way of evidence. The standing order is here. Do you have? Yes. Just read to me where it says that in impeachment proceedings before the County Assembly, you must table evidence and that a trial takes place at the County Assembly. Are you able to read any of those?
(72)(2).
72.2.
If a member has sufficient reason to convince the Speaker that the member is unable to substantiate the allegations instantly, the Speaker...
My colleague is interfering with the witness.
Oh, this is not 72, sorry.
Yeah, please proceed.
72.2. The person being removed from office shall be availed with the report of the Select Committee together with any other evidence adduced and such notes or papers presented to the committee at least 3 days before the date or before the debate on the motion.
Yes. Is there anywhere where it's stated
So
that
I was
an
not
impeachment...
furnished with the evidence even before.
Yes.
Yes.
Does that relate to an impeachment motion? Is there... I asked you about an impeachment proceeding. Do you know that impeachment proceeding is a unique proceeding?
Yeah, it's an impeachment proceeding
Yes.
because the
So-
person being removed from the office, what does that tell you? The person being removed from the office shall be availed with the report of the Select Committee. I'm being removed from the office.
Yes.
Together with any other evidence adduced and such note or papers presented to the committee at least 3 days before the debate on the motion.
Yes, thank you.
So, did you do that? Yakalan, did they do that?
Yes, you confirm that this issue, what you've read relates to select committees and so forth. Confirm that this was not...
And there is 67.7 also. Go to 67.7.
Okay.
67.7 of the same standing orders.
No, it's okay, but you've confirmed the issues you are relating to relate to select committee. Mr. Governor, you also showed us some audio clips of persons with whom you are interacting with.
Yes.
I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
That all of us seated here, would we know who the other person is from that audio clip?
It depends on the authenticity.
I was saying,
there is a certificate of that clip.
Yes.
It is used as evidence in the anti-corruption case.
Yes. Are we, from the audio, are we able to know?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have
Names are
monopoly of knowing the voice of each and every person in this country?
Yes.
You have the monopoly?
Yes.
Are you an
We have-
expert? Are you an expert in voice identification, Mr. Governor? Do you know that is...
There is an officer who had a gadget who was recording that clip, and there's also a certificate. The person who took the clip, there was a certificate that was taken, and I think it was also filed. Alpha.
Do you know, Governor, that voice identification is a scientific process?
Okay, Council, you should be winding up. Time,
Yes.
we are...
Lastly, Governor, I want to refer you to volume 9D, Mr. Speaker, the last question.
Yes.
9D, page 1187.
Give me an extra copy, please.
Okay. 9D, 1187. 1187.
Page, please.
Page 1187. From down. Yes. Governor, of course, this is your Twitter handle.
Yes.
and you were addressing a fellow.
No, this is not mine. This is a fake one.
You had answered the question. Are you the person being addressed here is a fellow leader in this country?
There are various Twitter handles bearing the names of, and Facebook bearing the names of
no problem.
Mike Sonko, Mike Mubi Sonko, the names you mentioned, Mike Kyoko Sonko, Mike Ibanguli Sonko.
Yes.
There are so many, and even I've reported to the DCI.
One question.
Yes.
The person being referred to in this tweet is one Millie Mabona Odhiambo, correct?
This is not mine. But
no, the person being referred to.
The document you presented to me says that. Not
yes, correct. It says that. And again, just for avoidance of doubt, the words, I wouldn't want to read them there. Those words are unprintables.
Sorry?
The words that has been used in these tweets are unprintables, are they not?
Which words?
Okay, then do you want to read it?
I'm not the author.
As the parting
why should I read it? I'm not the.
Then read it.
Author of this.
Just read it. It's part of the evidence in the Senate. Kindly read it loudly.
I'm not the author of this. Why should I?
Just read it. It's a document that is. This document is part of the documents that were submitted. This is 9D.
I'm not the maker of this.
9D. Just read it. You will have time to stay.
I can't do that. I'm not the maker of this.
Kindly read it.
The document has abusive language. There are women I respect here. So
then let me put to you a question.
Yes.
Mr. Governor, you know how to read?
Yes.
Kindly read that document.
I can't read this document.
Do you know how to read?
I'm not the author of this document. It's just some abusive content, so I can't.
Yes, we are the ones who produced it. Just read the document. Read as it is.
What is your intervention?
We do.
Council.
We do object, Mr. Speaker, sir, in that the document that is being asked to read is not a document that is authored by him. It's not a document that he has brought here. It is a document that has been brought here by the county assembly itself. I think the county assembly has run out of questions, and as their time is over, I think we need to close.
Okay. No, you don't have to direct, but this is my direction. That since that's not the document brought by the governor, you don't have to force him to read it.
Yes.
It is so directed.
Much obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll read it myself as I put it to you, Governor. The first line says, "My sister Millie Mabona Odhiambo." Does it state so?
No, that is not me. I'm not the author of that.
Yes, the second line reads as follows.
That is you now insulting her.
Yes, I'm reading.
Yeah. So proceed as
yes,
you insulting her.
Yes. In as
okay, Council, just read and finish. So we don't have time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the second line reads as follows. Inasmuch as I fight for the rights of the silent majority women who are always major victims in such cases, my response to you is simple. You just said you love sex, and whoever you may have it with is none of my business. But you miss my point. Just as the way you have opened your mouth wide in this picture, I'm longing for the day you shall open wide your legs to give birth to a child, so that you experience the pain that the mothers I am defending go through. That will be all, Mr. Speaker.
You're looking for sympathy, my friend.
Okay. Thank you very much. You want to stand down, the governor? I think you've been standing for long. It's over. Okay. Thank you so much, Governor. You may take your seat. The next step is if there are any questions, requests for clarification by senators. Okay, Senator Olekina.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
For not more than 2 minutes, eh?
Yes. I just want to seek some clarifications in regards to the trip to New York, which evidence has been tabled that it was sponsored, or rather it was Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking 3 clarifications. Clarification number 1 is on the approvals of the trip to New York, which a document has been tabled, that it was approved by State House. I've seen a signature of the head of the public service. If that can be clarified, I'll be happy. Second, Mr. Speaker, I seek clarification on the issue of the bursary fund, which a document has been tabled indicating clearly that that was stopped. I want to know at what point was the RTGS stopped? Was it at the point?
Senator Olekina, you know you must direct the question to somebody.
Okay,
It
thank
cannot
you.
be
Thank you,
just
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I wanted to seek clarification are 2 things. One, and my clarification, I'm directing it to the Assembly, because they're the ones who have brought up the case. Number 1, were you able to look at the documents, and were you satisfied with the documents that the trip to New York was actually approved by State House and not by the county executive? That's question number 1. Number 2, the documents that you presented showing the transactions of the 297.5 million for bursaries, can you tell us where you got those documents from? Because they were not certified to have come from a bank. And then finally, on the issue of the stoppage of the funds, were you able to provide other statements to indicate how the 297 was spent? And the last question, which I'm directing it to the governor, is on the spending of the 297.5 million, which you have indicated in your statement that it was stopped. What happened to that money at that particular time? Did it remain at Central Bank? Did it remain at the County Revenue Fund? If you can clarify those, I'll be happy.
Okay, I think you'll take note of all the clarifications or questions, then you will respond at once. Senator Mwaura Isaac. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 clarifications. The first clarification is about an allegation, or rather some assertion that was made by the witness Janet Muthoni Ouko, that the governor was in many and various occasions molesting women who have been working under his jurisdiction or superintendence. So exactly what does that mean? What does that molestation mean? And number 2, in the cross-examination by the council of the county assembly, I didn't get it clearly, Mr. Speaker, if the assertion was to the effect that the letter written to investigate the mover of the motion was only written when the motion was drafted and served accordingly. So I'd really like to get that clarification, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Linturi.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be very brief, and my clarification that I seek, Mr. Speaker, is from the County Assembly, because, Mr. Speaker, the requirements for removal of a governor are clearly stipulated in the Constitution, in the law, and they are standing orders. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to understand and to know, because I've looked at the submissions and the signatures that were in the list accompanying the motion. I did not find one very important document which I really want to be told whether it's by way of omission, whether it's in another document which have not been able to trace, or where it could be. And this relates, Mr. Speaker, to the logs or and document from the County Assembly of Nairobi showing actually that 88 members of the County Assembly voted in the affirmative to remove Governor Sonko. That is what I am seeking, Mr. Speaker, and I would be glad to get that list of the members of the Assembly that voted in support of this motion. Thank you.
Okay, maybe as we proceed, the teams, the council for the teams, what you will do in your, you will respond when I'll give you time for your closing statements so that we save on time, because you have 1 hour. So just note the issues that are being raised, then you will address them when you are giving your closing statements. Senator Pareno, Judith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to Governor Sonko. I would like him to clarify whether he knew this lady who received the money on behalf of the wife and the daughter while they were traveling to the US. I know he confirmed that what he was looking at was an imprest warrant in their favor. And whether this money, we would want to know whether this money ended up in the hands of the wife and daughter. And why would this lady, who I would hope he would be able to tell us who she is, would receive on their behalf?
Senator Kangata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have heard the witnesses supporting the case of the governor. We have also heard the witnesses supporting the case by the county assembly. We heard the minority leader from the assembly. We also heard from the former CC of education. But now, the third witness, Mr. Speaker, I would urge the assembly to do a little bit of clarification in the sense that there was no examination in chief. They only urge us to adopt the statement, and then immediately we went for cross-examination and finally re-examination. I urge the assembly to highlight key major highlights of that statement, particularly taking into account, yes, it is true, we will read that statement and be able to know what the nature of the evidence, but I would imagine those out there who are not following, or rather they don't have the opportunity to read that statement, or even some senators who for one reason they will not be able to read that document, they understand the gist of witness number 3 of the assembly. Thank you.
Senator Wambua.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to apologize to you and to the House because I've been working in and out. You know, I'm also chairing the committee that's planning the burial of our colleague, Senator Kabaka. Mr. Speaker, I will need 2 clarifications from the County Assembly. And mine is on a matter of threshold. Whether they are convinced that the threshold for impeachment has been arrived at in terms of the numbers of the MCRs who voted for the impeachment of the governor, and in terms of the process as captured in their own standing orders for impeachment of the governor. Whether they are convinced and they can clarify to this House that there is evidence that the threshold for impeachment was arrived at. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, and this may sound trivial, but it's very important, when they played video clips, I saw a video clip that I'm trying to link the clip to the accusations for impeachment, and I don't see any correlation. The clip on the governor dancing to a tune, party after party. I'm wondering whether the County Assembly of Nairobi City is inviting the Senate of the Republic of Kenya to impeach a governor for dancing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cheriot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have just a clarification. I need the Assembly to point us to, I've gone through the list of the documents that they supplied to us, just for my own, and maybe for a few of the members who may be having questions on a few things. The following, it will just be sufficient for me if they tell me document XYZ on such and such a page, the document you need appears there. That will be enough for me. Number one is the copy of the invitation letter for the governor to appear before the Assembly for his impeachment process, copy of that letter. Second, a copy of the Hansard that confirms the call out for governor to appear before the Assembly. You know, Mr. Speaker, the same way, once when you have witnesses appearing before our committees on such and such, on different issues when you're investigating different matters, you'll call out and say witness XYZ, first time, second time, third time. Just a copy of the Hansard to confirm that indeed they afforded the governor the chance to appear before them and he waived that opportunity as they allege. And lastly is what I think 2 or 3 of our colleagues have already asked, the copy of the Hansard with the list of names of the 88 that they say voted to impeach the governor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Okongo Mogeni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having listened to my colleagues, there is an issue that I want us to handle with a lot of care. Mr. Speaker, if you remember, sometimes in the US, when there was a trial of O.J. Simpson, and the jury was taken through a process of confirming whether some gloves that were allegedly used by O.J. Simpson could fit his hands. And on that ground alone, O.J. Simpson was left off the hook. So I know that the County Assembly has very experienced advocates. I think I saw one who appeared before the committee that tried Governor Waiguru, and I know they are very experienced. Many of our members here are lay people, and an issue can be brought up that can create a lot of doubts or confusion in the House. And we have also had a situation before where decisions of this House have been challenged by courts of law after we have impeached. So I want to appeal to my colleagues to address with caution and care this clarification that is being sought by, I think, Senator Linturi. Because I looked at the record and you have done very well. I was able to pick the names that were in support of the motion. That's very well. I just want you to go through your records so that you don't leave any doubt in our minds that you met the threshold. Because I've listened both here and outside the allegations of against the governor, and I'll make my decision as a lawyer. So just pinpoint to us the other processes that took place during the hearing at the Assembly, so that you don't mess up our record. Whatever decision we pass here today should not be challenged in court on a technicality. So Mr. Speaker, I hope that the people appearing for the Assembly can just pinpoint to us the process that took place at the Assembly, more so the division, so that we don't go to court with a case that can put us in trouble. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Professor Ongeri.
2 clarifications, Mr. Speaker. One, I think the counsel for Governor Sonko, when you took the material to serve the County Assembly under the normal process of serving the notice,
Did you pin it on the door or on the wall? And can you provide that evidence? To the County Assembly Council, you did indicate and give us a list of the people who voted for this motion. Did you have any version of electronic voting that you may be able to provide for this House to see? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Munyahaji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also wanted to get two clarifications. One from the County Assembly on whether the governor was furnished with the notice of his impending impeachment and the grounds thereof before the 3rd of December 2019. And from the governor, why did you find it fit not to appear before the Assembly for that particular impeachment? Thank you.
Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two clarifications. One is to the governor. You gave us some documents on the issue of bursary. Maybe a quick one. I didn't see the status update of the investigations that you are talking about, that some MCAs were being investigated by the DCI and EACC. We just saw letters that you told us that had been written by DCI and EACC on the misappropriation of bursary funds. And would you be kind enough to, if you can or not, to tell us how far, or is there any status update? And number two, to the County Assembly, a quick clarification. This issue of diversion of bursary that has been made, in your role and oversight, did it come to the attention of the County Assembly? Number three, Mr. Speaker, in line of what my colleagues have asked about service and notice to the governor to appear before the County Assembly impending his motion, were the procedures being followed? And were you aware that the governor did try that as the mover of the motion or as the County Assembly, that did try to access the premises to be able to tell his side of the story was to appear as by the principles of natural justice? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Finally, Senator Mbogo Chilayako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask both sides, the side prosecuting and the side defending. We have listened to you for nearly 2 days. Now I want to ask you, when you get opportunity to conclude your submissions, can you sharpen what the case is about? And can the side responding sharpen what the defense is about? There are so many things and waves in this issue, and we have to make a determination that is summarized and accurate. If we are left to navigate through this pile of documents, we are likely to make the wrong decision, at least most of us. But for me, who has a legal background, I may do something good. But remember, it's the totality of votes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You know, I had said finally, but I don't know, because, you know, we must also be realistic that we have been sitting for a long time. We still have quite some time to go, so that the law of diminishing return is coming in. So I'll only allow, I can see Rose Nyamunga and Stewart Mazayo. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I would just like to know from the governor, because from his presentation, it was very clear that he is concerned with the education of the children of Nairobi. And for purposes of continuity and concern for the children, it would be very good for us to have a clarification as to whether the students that had been started by the former Governor Kidero, the students who had been set aside for bursaries, did he continue with them, or it was that one was totally abandoned and then he started on another list or another set of children. It is important for purposes of good governance.
Senator Mazayo. Then I had said finally, but of course now I can see the lead. No, the leader of minority. I think he'll close. Let's give him that opportunity.
Asante, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kwa upande wa mashtaka, kuna stakabadhi zimetolewa hapa na ni wakati mzuri ikiwa wanaweza kufafanua zaidi. Ikiwa kwa upande wa mashtaka, je, yule aliyeshtakiwa Bwana Gavana alipewa nafasi ya kusikizwa? Na kama alipewa nafasi hiyo, je, alipopeleka stakabadhi zake ziliruhusiwa kuchukuliwa ama hazikuchukuliwa? Kwa upande wa gavana, je, alipewa nafasi hususan na kaunti kwanza kuweza kupeleka hizo stakabadhi na hatimaye kupewa fursa mzuri sana ndani ya bunge la kaunti kujitetea kama hivi walivyojitetea hapa? Nafikiria pande zote mbili zikifafanua ingekuwa vizuri kwetu sisi. Asante.
Senator James Orengo, leader of minority.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just standing up in the interest of time because the councils have got opportunity to make their closing remarks. So in closing remarks, the county assembly knows the case they want to make out of these proceedings. The governor's team, they know the case that has been made against them. So in terms of clarifications, we may get into the danger of having submissions being tendered at this stage. So I would encourage that there are very specific questions like the one Senator Kongo Mugeni has asked, which is a matter of evidence. So when you have been asked to pinpoint, please pinpoint instead of giving an explanation. Yeah, because we can explain the same ourselves. Yeah, otherwise you may get a situation where you address for 1 hour on a matter which has nothing to do with evidence. And that time is coming later on.
I had... Okay, Murkomen.
Thank you, Speaker. Less than 30 seconds, Mr. Speaker. The County Assembly has given us a lot of video clips. Also, the governor gave us a number of video clips from the County Assembly to facilitate the very important question that has been asked by almost everybody. You saw there are some of our colleagues now who are going to participate in these proceedings via Zoom, and they will vote via Zoom, and we'll see their faces and we'll hear their voices. The question I want to ask you, did you share with us the similar vote in terms of the video clips for the MCAs who are not inside the chambers but voted to add to the 88 to facilitate all of us to deal with this problem that we are being told the electronic vote was corrupted or hacked, or people's voting pins were used without their permission? If you can give us similar to the ones that we'll use today for our colleagues who will not be here, where the voice of the MCA, the face of the MCA is seen, and the voice of the MCA is seen. It will really appreciate, it will help us make a decision on the threshold. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable senators and our two teams that were here. We are now getting to the tail end of our two-day session, and like I said, impeachment of a governor is a weighty matter in this country. It's a very serious responsibility for this Senate, and that is why we have been patient, we've listened, clarifications have been sought, and now we want to give you an opportunity. You have 60 minutes each side. 60. 1 hour, 1 hour. 1 hour, that's the rule. But if you can use, that's the maximum. If you can use less than that, the better, because these are very intelligent people. They have listened, they have heard, they are processing what you have said. They are experienced, like Emeritus Wako. So please also avoid repetitions and things that don't add up to your case, just like they have said. So the first to go will be closing statements on behalf of the County Assembly. 60 minutes, okay.
My name again is Ndegwa Njiru. We want to thank you for the opportunity of giving us to prosecute this case before you and for the time that you've taken. I'll begin by giving clarifications, and at the end of it, I'll share my time with my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, with the clarification sought by my senior learned friend, my teacher, Mr. Murkomen, Senator Murkomen. He has sought to know whether County Assembly provided the video clips of what transpired at the County Assembly. When I was under him, teaching me the rope, he told me that rules of procedures are followed as they are legislated. To that effect, Mr. Speaker, sir, the rules of procedure guiding this House, one is that of the standing order, and most importantly, standing order number 75. Number 75, unless amended, to incorporate the new emerging concept of proceedings in a Westminster Parliament does not require us to file such kind of proceedings. That is the rule that is there. However, keeping in tradition with the custom of the Westminster Parliament, we brought the evidence of the Hansons. This House speaks through the Hansons. And this is not my making. I was taught by my teacher. Finally, on that issue, unless, Mr. Speaker, I was under the wrong hands, which I doubt. Mr. Speaker, clarification has been sought as to whether we actually invited the governor. I confirm that the governor was invited to appear before the Assembly via the Speaker's letter dated the 1st of December. The same was served upon him on, at 10:42 a.m. The place of service was the governor's office at City County. There was an affidavit of service in the body of documents served upon you, deposed by Javan Lorico Nanyengo. The same was deposed on 10th of December, and the same has not been controverted. What does it say? It's an invitation to who? To Honorable Mike Mbuvi Sonko. Did he appear? No. Where was he? He was taking a sunbath at Mombasa. Finally, as I sum up, there's a question as to the issues of quorum. Quorum was there. Actually, it even exceeded the quorum. The total members who participated were about 90, and 88 of them returned a positive verdict. That positive verdict of the 88 cannot be disputed because it is premised on Article 1 of the Constitution in respect of the exercise of the sovereignty of the people of Kenya. And if there is one doctrine in the Constitution that has been protected, more importantly under Article 257, is the doctrine of sovereignty, that you cannot even amend that doctrine without involving the people of Kenya. 88 members of the County Assembly appeared, voted, and as they were voting in consonant with the dictates of the Constitution. And therefore, the action of the members of the County Assembly who voted cannot then be disputed because their reputation has not been put into question. Finally, on issues of clarification, again, there was a communication that was sent by the Honorable Speaker of the County Assembly to this House. What was he saying? He was returning a verdict of a resolution. To who? To the Speaker of this Honorable House. Again, the Speaker of the County Assembly is a state officer. A state officer who is bound by the provisions of Article 10 insofar as abiding with the rule of law is concerned.
There is a, I'm really reluctant to give interventions because we will not move. And you can see the mood of the House. Just read the mood of the House, Honorable, with due respect.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Proceed.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please.
I was about to say that the conduct of the Speaker of the County Assembly, who communicated this to the Speaker of the Senate, has not been impugned. To cast aspersion on a man of high integrity, that he can seek to mislead this House in such a big manner, in a matter of this high level of sensitivity, would only not do injustice to that Speaker, but also would to lower his reputation in the standings of the right-thinking member of the society. The Speaker communicated candidly, and that communication was not disputed or refuted by the defense. Finally, on that issue of the quorum, the issue of the quorum is being brought as a shield to make sure that this House does not interrogate what is before it. Why do I say it was brought as a shield? Mr. Kinyanjui, my senior, understands and knows the import of Article 47. That even a person, and more so, the provisions of the Administration of Actions Act, that even a person is unsatisfied with the decision of an administrative body or organ, the jurisdiction for challenging that process is not before this House, but before the courts of law. It says further, Mr. Speaker, sir, that any person who has doubts with the decision of a body like the County Assembly, the procedure would have been that of judicial review. The same was not availed. He never took that opportunity so as to bring that issue as a second thought. Finally, on the issue of the quorum, this House is guided by Article 181 as read together with Section 33 of the County Government Act. Section 33 of the County Government Act, as read together with Order number 75 of the standing orders of this House, does not put this House as a prefect to my client. It only says, upon receipt of a resolution of this nature, the House will convene to hear that particular resolution, whether it stands the test of time to impeach the governor. But Section 33 does not say that this House can prefect another constitutional organ. Reason being, in the constitutional equilibrium, these two organs are exercising their constitutional functions. The only person mandated to question the constitutionality of the process is the High Court under Article 165, Clause 3, where it says the High Court has power to interrogate whether anything said to be done has been done in accordance with the provision of the Constitution. I therefore submit, with respect, Honorable Speaker, that the question of quorum cannot be raised as a shield, cannot be raised as an afterthought. It has been, Mr. Speaker, sir, Madam Speaker, permit me if I go wrong, and I'm not a parliamentarian, but I'll try to now adjust. There was a question that has been put as to the question of the letter dated 23rd of November 2020. A letter a purported complaint by the person facing the charges. The person facing the charges, very grievous charges, some of them involving the embezzlement of public funds, some of them involving misuse of public funds, some of them involving the failure to abide by Article 201, the question of prudent use of public resources, the question of integrity involving that the person of a public officer of the nature of a governor, if a daughter has to take a tour and needs to expend the county public resources, there must be a disclosure. That person, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, is the one who is now coming to impute and to punch holes at a witness who has brought a motion to rescue the 4 million members of Nairobi County. We must then look at the conduct of the person who brings such kind of an allegation. The letter was done as a means of attempting to cajole and to intimidate, to harass, and to embarrass the witness. And that is why to date, there is no action that has been taken by the bodies that are mandated to take actions, insofar as the question of investigations is an issue. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have to question the motive of that letter. It's not a letter that was brought in good faith. It is not a letter that has actually been brought by a man with clean hands. The man does not require any favor before the eyes of equity. The hands are dirty. They are so dirty in the sense that equity cannot aid. Mr. Speaker, clarification was sought on the issue of the witnesses, whether the threshold, actually the threshold was met. Yes, both the arithmetical threshold in terms of quorum and the constitutional and statutory threshold were all met. If they were not met, me having or enjoying the experience of my senior Mr. Kinyanjui, the first day the resolution was done, he would have been in court to challenge the same. Suffice to note that even his application that was brought to challenge the processes in the High Court case number 35 of 2020 was dismissed yesterday by Judge Matthew Ndomanderi, even as we were proceeding with these proceedings. What does that tell you? It tells you another constitutional organ has pronounced itself as to what transpired in the county assembly. If then a High Court, a court established by the Constitution, has made a verdict and dismissed Mr. Kinyanjui's application dated the 30th of November, who are we to question the processes? The only forum, honorable members, that can be questioned is the forum before that has been created by the Constitution, and that is the High Court of the Republic of Kenya. Clarification on the question of the clip, clip after party after party clip. Madam Speaker, we cannot look at the clips in isolation. We are looking at the clips in a holistic manner so that one can piece them together, the conduct of this particular person. While analyzing these clips, Madam Speaker, one must then go to the provisions of Article 75. One must seek leave in the provisions of Article 76. Those articles speaks to the conduct of a public officer or a state officer whenever that person, either in private or in public. And why do they speak? They speak in a manner that the conduct of that public state officer must breathe confidence in the office that he holds. So a man comes to his office, dance party after party. The man is supposed to go and is supposed to go to France and do a bit of exploration as to whether Nairobi can reach the status of Paris. He decides to go dancing. What does he say? Party after party. We send a man to France. We send a governor to France to expend public finances. He goes joy riding. Is that a person who requires the mercy of this assembly? That's not a person who requires the mercy of this assembly. Madam Speaker, you must look at the evidence that was brought here. But before I go to that, There was a question whether the governor was furnished with the notice that I have addressed. There's a question of the diversion of the bursaries. Yes, evidence has been adduced. It is contained in our document, in our file labeled as 9A. When put to task, the governor could not substantiate whether the money was put in his account. The governor could not divert or deviate or avoid the fact that the money was domiciled in the county government account. He alleges that the money was refunded back to Central Bank. Has he provided evidence? None. Is that fact and ground rebutted? No rebuttal. That is a score. Madam Speaker, I think I have, unless I have dealt with the issues of clarifications, allow me and permit me to just give a small address as a question of the evidence that was provided, then that I'm addressing my senior learned friend, Mr. Senator Omugeni. Senator Omugeni has sought to know, or rather to ask us to assist the members of the Senate to understand the evidence. Members of the Senate, we have files ranging from 9A up to, we have 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, and 9E. All those evidence are critical to the proceedings before this assembly. Most importantly,
sorry, Senator Lekina, can you switch off? No, this is his last submission. Senator Lekina, you can read the mood of the House. Take down your points. Senator, order, Senator.
No, it's a point of order, and if I sought clarification, this is the House of Record, and the clarification.
Senator Lekina, your first bell was on a request to speak. In fact, you are still on a request to speak. And we are saying we are not taking requests to speak at this stage.
No, Madam Speaker, I saw the clarification, and I don't want them to forget. So if they can clarify, I'm not disrupting. You respond. You ask the question, it's responded.
Senator Lekina, it may take us a very long time. The reason I was pointing it out, I was telling you to switch off is because you are not even on interventions, you were on request to speak, and I was saying we are going to have time for all of us to speak. So I would rather all of us write down whatever comments we have, and we'll give you humble time. We will have all the time. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In file number 9A, file number 9A contains the flagrant misuse of public resources by the governor of the governor of Nairobi County. It runs to give evidence how money that is meant for bursary is diverted to pay lawyers. We have demonstrated that the money came to the account on the 11th of July 2019, and the same money 2 days later, on the 15th of July, advocates are paid millions and millions and millions of money meant for our children. A question was asked whether those children were able to be put to school. How would those children go to school when their money has been used for the wrongful purpose? They cannot go to school. And that is why we are asking this House to stand up to the occasion and rise and rescue the people of Nairobi. Governor Mike Sonko operates a Sonko rescue team. We must use this House now to rescue the people of Nairobi from Governor Sonko. Now the rescuer is a person we need to be rescued from. Members of this honorable House, we have led evidence that a stadium that our youths are supposed to use and utilize for sports, and men and women of sports, was given a particular clarification and a particular specification. What did we get in return? We got scrap metals being used to put up a stadium. Has that been rebutted? No. What does the governor say? The governor says very, very in a manner that I would not want to describe so that I may not be accused of being disrespectful. He says that this is not my officer, the officer left, or the officer left the office. He does not even have the guts or the ability to realize that Section 30 of the County Government Act enjoins him as the sole person who has the responsibility of protecting the public resources. What does the Public Procurement and Regulations Authority say? They say the money was not put into proper use. What does Article 201 say? 201 says that there must be prudent use of public resources. Prudent use means that Kenyans should not even lose a single shilling. A single shilling matters to the Kenyan. Why? Because they are the taxpayers. Why? Because they own the money. There should be no excuse for all purposes and intent to excuse a fraudulent person. Evidence has been laid that we did not get value for the money when it came to the question of the construction of the Dandora Stadium. And Governor himself has actually acknowledged that the EACC, in his affidavit, paragraph 15, that the EACC is actually investigating that processes. Honorable members, if the process was beyond reproach, would EACC have swung to actions? By the fact that a constitutionally or a statutory established organ has swung into action, punching holes to the entire process of the construction of that stadium, it tells you that there is smoke. Where there is smoke, there is fire. How do we put out the fire? This house must extinguish this fire. If this fire is not extinguished by this house, by upholding the impeachment of Governor Sonko, it will not only consume this generation, but it will also consume the future generation. What does Article 10 speak to? And what does the preamble to the Constitution speak to? It speaks to us upholding and utilizing our natural resources, be it finances or whatever, in a manner that is prudent, so that we can promise the intra and extra generational equity. Intra and extra generational equity is a principle that says that the person in charge of today's resources must be prudent so that those resources can also be available to be utilized by the future generation. How will the future generation benefit with a stadium that was supposed to be done with concrete? Now it is mere scrap metals. I believe wherever Catherine Dereva is, I believe where Kipchoge Keino is, I believe where our athletes are, those who are alive and those who have departed, they must be turning in their graves. They must be saying that the time for the governor to go is now. Honorable members, I must remind you that we have brought evidence that Governor Sonko has acknowledged that interests were paid for the wrong reason. He has not denied that the daughter belongs to her, to him. He has actually said, this is my biological daughter. And I have to regret that we leaders, at times we do not have to subject our children to this kind of torture. You leaders, we as Kenyans, as and when we are executing our public responsibilities, let's keep our families from these embarrassments. Why is the young girl under crucifixion today? Why is she being prosecuted in her absentia? She is being prosecuted because of the actions of his father. Her father. Her father is negligent. Her father is not capable of running a public office. That is why we have to invoke the name of Agnes Saumu. Otherwise, as a parent of two sons, I would not be wanting any day that I'll be pointed out to say why I utilized my money to feed and to fly my young Degwanjiro Jr. to UK. Can you imagine? Somebody using public resources. Interests have been brought. Going to the UK, to the US, putting someone on a chopper for a tour of the UK, of the New York City. Honorable senators, I know you are capable. How many of you have flied over the city of Nairobi just for sightseeing. How many of you? Is that not extravagancy, honorable senators? Is that not extravagancy? Is that not party after party? Honorable members, each action must be treated with the weight that it requires. This governor, I said yesterday is a governor who has gone rogue. Is a governor who is competing with the extravagancy of the monarch of King Louis the 16th of the 69th century. Why was King Louis punished? He was punished and thrown out of the monarch because of the actions of the extravagancy of his wife. Has that time come for Governor Sonko to pay for his sins? Yes, time has come for him to pay for his sins, honorable members. He must pay for the sins of extravagancy. Yesterday I did put a question to the assembly that if it happened in 1679 in France, why should it not happen on the 17th of December 2020 in the city of Nairobi? It should happen. Honorable members, as I yield to my fellow colleagues, evidence has been laid before this house.
And please reduce your voice.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
The loudspeakers are very, very loud. Yeah.
Honorable Speaker, what is the threshold for impeachment of a governor? The threshold of impeachment of a governor is what in legal sense is determined, is referred as the standard of proof. The standard of proof of an impeachment is not beyond reasonable doubt. Why? Because this is not a criminal trial where every document, everything must be proved. And this has been determined in the case of Wambora, the civil appeal number 194 of 2014. Justice Vishram, Justice Professor Odiek, and may the Lord rest his soul in peace, Justice Martha Koome, they gave the standards. They said it is not a standard that is beyond the reasonable doubts, and it is not on the balance of probability. It is there at the middle. Have we established this balance of probability? Have we established this standard? Yes, we have. Has the case been rebutted? No, it has not been rebutted. Again, on the question of the threshold, honorable members, what does Section 33 of the County Government Act require? Section 33 of the County Government Act requires that the only thing the prosecutor, the county assembly, has to do is to substantiate. Them that are good in English will tell you that substantiating is not proving. Substantiating is establishing the existence of a case. Establishing the existence of a case in a manner that those other penal justice systems, like the office of the DCI, like the office of the EACC, would ordinarily, in a normal circumstances, say, yes, we have heard that there is evidence that may lead to a trial. And that is why, honorable members, when we were prosecuting Governor Waiguru, this house, through its committee that was led by Honorable Able Member Senator Malala, observed that there were people who were culpable and made a recommendation to the DCI for further investigations. Why? Because we had established a case. We had substantiated a case. Honorable members, substantiating a case does not require a watertight proof. It only requires creating the nexus that the governor authorized his daughter to be put on a chopper for a tour in New York. And that the money that was used was public money. He has testified on oath. That has not been rebutted. Honorable members, as I yield to my colleagues, does this person require mercy before you? Is he the person whom this Senate can close its eyes to? I urge you, honorable members, to rise up to the occasion, to put it in red and white, or black and white, so as to save our future generations from such kind of embarrassments. Honorable members, I yield to my colleagues to sum up.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker and the honorable members, 16th of December and this particular fateful day presents yet an opportunity for this House to do that which is honorable. That which is honorable is but one, sending the person of Mike Mbuvi Sonko home. Honorable Speaker and members of the Senate, without repeating that particular word all of them, we were asked by the good Senator, Professor Mugeni, if it does not fit, acquit. The question that we'll ask in the inverse, does it fit? We do answer in the affirmative, yes, it does. It perfectly fits the definition of substantiation. It perfectly fits for the reasons that you have been told of a person who has deliberated on his duty, forgot that there is an instrument in this country called the Leadership and Integrity Act, which he once was a legislator and probably did not know what he was seeing. Then he can disown that one Primrose, one Agnes Mbuvi were not of his own. Honorable Senators, Section 16 of that particular legislation defines what is conflict of interest and when will a personal interest attach. It attaches if a spouse is involved, if a child is involved. Is this the evidence of the governor? Honorable Speaker and members of the Senate, in his own affidavit, he then proceeds and tells us, you know what? The First Lady chose to travel with the daughter. And so, the impress that you saw, irrespective, does not really sound. Pumwani is reeking. The streets are rotting. The sweet waters of Nairobi flow no more. But then someone has the audacity to tell you that apart from the air ticket, there's nothing that is really long. That is what we've been told. Honorable Speaker and members of the Senate, evidence has been laid before you that there was plunder, not only in Dandora, which the PPRA, an institution of this country, probably, if the roles were to turn, the Senate will probably take that role. But I do not want it to go that line. Has indicted the whole process of the Dandora project. The governor is on record for telling us, oh, look here, concrete is too old-fashioned, and so we should think of steel. Steel forges metal, but steel equally shatters glass. He has used that very process to shatter Nairobi. Nairobians, 4.5 million of them are crying to this Senate. Will you rise to the occasion and tell us that that decision that we did, some have said it was out of impunity. I argue not. It wasn't. It was our choice. It has a consequence. And the consequence that we had is one Mbuvi Sonko. Should we proceed with this particular person as the governor? I leave it to you. Your wise counsel shall steer us through. Honorable senators and members of this particular house, the Speaker,
Nairobians are watching. I do remember yesterday the good senator for Narok lamented, can I even watch or listen seated or at the sitting with my daughter or my children? I leave it to you, honorable senators. That disrepute that has been brought to the office, it is a public office. He could not stand it. I am a father too. When my daughter grows of age, will I tell her that once there was a man, and that man was Sonko, who uttered words without due care? Honorable senators, the person that has been brought before you by the county assembly has chosen to act in reckless abandon to public funds. He has chosen to disabuse the notion that humanity, we are equal. He has chosen to trample not only on us, persons seated here, but equally our mothers, our daughters, our sisters. You were shown a clip, and I did hear one of the senators ask, correlate. We will relate and tell you. On the 12th day, it was Jamhuri, a public day for that matter. A leader of this house, probably now you'll say the National Assembly, was told, Mimi sio bwanako. Kwenda. It was in the public glare. That is the disrepute that has been brought to the office. Probably as we see today, the Senate has been auctioned. We know not. He had the audacity to sign a document and turn around and tell us, you know what? I was ziggy-zagga at the time when I appended my signature. I hope he's not in that stupor anymore. But it is time that this house stamped his authority for the governor to continue with his party, but not with the public resources. For the governor to continue with his floric, but not with the monies that Senator Sakaja fights so hard to go down and cure Dandora, to go down and cure Mukurweini, and probably have a better Nairobi. You will be told that, you know what? The threshold was not met. You will be told, you know what? The allegations that were levied have not been proved. I stand to beseech you. The allegations were not rebutted. Not one of them. Not one of them. When the governor took stand to answer, he took us on a rally of how he had to audit his predecessor. That was not the charge before this Senate. When he stood, he told us, hey, look here, there were these diversions. There was this payment of bursary. It was totally in a different financial year. But even if it were, he tells us, you know what? Actually, this money was requisitioned, but then I took it back to the consolidated fund 1 year and 2 months later. That is the evidence that was led. Honorable senators, as I yield to my two last colleagues, you are reminded of the good book of Solomon, Ecclesiastes. There is a time for everything. We are equally reminded that the wages of sin is death. We are not asking you to kill the good, which I don't also think is no longer good, but not so honorable. We are not going to kill him. We are only telling you, save Nairobi. The only county that does not need to die is Nairobi. As I take my seat, I leave you with this question. where does the arc of moral bend? Someone told me, so I remember, the arc of moral, however long, and so I'm also guided by my mentor, the arc of moral universe. Where does it bend? It bends towards justice. Justice for Nairobi? Sonko must go. Justice for Nairobi? And I yield. It is no longer a Marie Antoinette issue of the 1869, where we will ask for cakes, we will ask for bread, and we are told, go buy cakes. And someone dances and tells us, party after party. Sad is the day that Nairobians took to the lines to elect a governor who runs on the account that I am fighting for the poor, but uses the poor to amass wealth. For the advocates and lawyers in here, and probably jurists, you will remember that it is also immoral for you to amass wealth rudimentarily. That is the rudimental nature that Nairobi has been run. Should we continue? I say no. Whatever you will be told when we later close our case, we invite you. It is time to take the count. Let's take the count. The count is Sonko must go.
Madam Speaker, I will respond to the question that was asked by the Senator Ole Kina, and I will respond in a very brief statement. There are certain dates that you have to keep in mind. The first date, or the first period, is March 2019. That is the date that these funds were requisitioned. The second date that you must keep in mind is the 12th day of July 2019. That is the day that these funds hit the account of the county government. The third date you have to keep is the 15th day of July 2019. That is the day that these funds left the account. Within a fraction of 3 days, went to lawyers' accounts and garbage collectors. The last date that then gives you the answer that will tell you and demonstrate that this was illegal was the month of September 2020. That is the date that the governor has told you that these funds, they realized these funds were there and these funds were stopped. The question that begs, it tells you that from this particular period of July 2019 to September 2020, it cuts across 2 financial years. What miracle happened that these funds were not transferred at the end of that financial year? These funds are supposed to be surrendered if they have been unutilized. Was that done? It was not done. These funds were to be utilized to pay bursaries. July, let's even assume July, there was no education, schools were not opened, and they went for vacation in August. You have August, you have September. Schools were on. School fees was payable. You have the month of January 2020. Schools were on. Fees was payable. Why weren't this money utilized? The simple reason is it was not there. It had long gone and long been utilized illegally. An orphan somewhere did not go to school. because of this action. So it is not a trivial issue. You will also notice that you've been told that the only reason that these funds were not utilized is because it was the COVID period. Everyone knows and takes judicial notice that COVID-19 was declared at the first instance in Kenya in the month of March 2020. So from July to the month of March 2020, was there COVID before? Could that arise as a defense for the governor? It is actually using a pandemic to justify an illegality and embezzlement. If that does not strike your conscience, nothing else can strike. You've been told straightforward. And to that particular extent, I will delve straight into these submissions, as I will be yielding to my senior just in a few minutes. You've been told that there is a time for everything. The framers of our Constitution designed it in a perfect way that gave this particular house the powers to deal with this particular instance. When the will of the people is being subverted, you cannot wait for the social contract to last for 5 years. You've been given the constitutional power to deal with it. Niccolo Machiavelli said, God is not willing to do everything, and thus take away our free will. And that share of the glory he will not take away, because it belongs to only us and only us. Today that power is bestowed upon this particular Senate. It is you to act. God will not act for us. He has given us the powers in our hands. You have heard when we were actually showing the videos that when there was a direct publication of an abuse, expletives, the governor himself could not read that. He himself could not read it. But we have demonstrated over and over again that this came from him. The good book of Matthew, written by Matthew the evangelist, told us this and tells us this. If they have called the master of the household Beelzebul, how much more will they malign those of his household? Honorable senators, you belong to the household of leaders. If leaders are not having this integrity, they are using these expletives. Today it was Mili Mabona. Yet the other day it was Shebesh. The other day it was Pasaris. Tomorrow it will be you. And the reason for that is one and only one thing. You have decided to belong to a WhatsApp group with people of character that their only language is to abuse any other person who is in that WhatsApp group. We call upon you to remove these particular characters from your WhatsApp group. Failure to which you will also be maligned. You will lose the right to complain tomorrow after you make a decision today that the same has applied to you. The good book in verse 26 says, have no fear of them, for nothing is covered that will not be revealed, or hidden that will not be known. What I tell you in the dark, say in the light. And what you hear whispered, proclaim on the housetops. These publications are being done in the broad daylight. Our children, and I saw Senator Omanga complaining, our children have read this, have seen this. When St. Matthew the evangelist was writing this, he thought that evil could be done only at night, only in darkness. If today he would arise and see what is happening, he would amend this particular verse. Because we have permitted evil to be done in broad daylight, and unless we take action today, chapter 6 will be defined with the action that you take today. If you cannot listen to these clips with your daughter, with your sister, with your mother-in-law, impeach. For the employees that you've had working for the county government in fears, they are crying to you to impeach. For the husbands of those employees, female employees in the county government, they are only asking for one thing in their loud voice that you cannot hear: impeach. It will affect families from today. If you do not impeach, families will be broken down. Our female employees may have to resign, but that decision is on you. I call upon you to impeach. We have demonstrated beyond peradventure the character of the governor, and if that alone was not enough, you saw it for yourself when he took the witness stand. It is in your hands. Make that decision consciously, to a point that you can go home to this night and sit with your families and be proud of that particular decision you made today. Because if you don't make the right decision, they may not tell you, but one day, one time, they'll say, Daddy, Mommy, that decision was not a good decision. I yield to my colleague.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, Milimo, still my name. I'll take a few minutes to sum up the County Assembly's case. Madam Speaker, before you.
Okay, bear in mind you have 11 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah. Before you, Madam Speaker, there is a motion that in itself is constituted by charges that I'll highlight for ease of understanding. And I'll start by the first violation that was indicated to be a gross violation of the Constitution or any other law. That's our ground number 1 in the motion that was passed by the County Assembly. And Madam Speaker, I'll be interested in ground 1A, where it was stated that the governor indeed misappropriated an amount of Kenya shillings 296 million. The question is, Madam Speaker, is it or is it not true that it has been substantiated before this House that that amount was paid for purposes other than bursary, including payment of lawyers? The answer is in the affirmative. We have tendered overwhelming evidence that indeed lawyers were paid millions of money instead of the intended purpose of the bursary to the needy Kenyans, needy children of Nairobi. The other ground that I will highlight, Madam Speaker, is ground number 1E, which was to the effect and touching on the most talked about Dandora Stadium. The question was, Madam Speaker, that the governor is the chief executive of Nairobi. That is not disputed. And that indeed, again, it's not disputed, Madam Speaker, that there was a variation as to the materials that were being used at Dandora Stadium from the concrete that had been stated in the tender document and bid document to steel. That evidence has been tendered and not disputed. And to that effect, Madam Speaker, there is a report by the PPRA which was to the effect, and indeed, Madam Speaker, I'll just need to read that report. And this is what the report says, Madam Speaker. In the findings of the PPRA report, it states the contractor for the project, Mr. Scanjet Construction Limited, supported by the officers at the City County of Nairobi, put up steel structures instead of the concrete structure as initially tendered for by bidders, in a clear contravention of the specifications and terms of the contract, and contrary to sections 136, subsection 6, 139 of the Procurement and Asset Disposals Act. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, this is a finding made by a state organ. This finding has not been set aside to date. The state organ has adversely made a finding that there was variation on matters Dandora Stadium. Madam Speaker, unless and until that finding is set aside, the county of Nairobi, as headed by the governor himself, remain as guilty as the report states. And therefore, the question of whether or not we have substantiated ground number 1C, 1E of the motion as tabled and passed by the County Assembly can no longer be a matter of debate. The other ground that I just mentioned in passing is ground number 1J, Madam Speaker, which was to the effect, again touching on the Dandora Stadium. I don't need to repeat that, Madam Speaker. I'll rely on the same report that had indicated that indeed there was a contravention of the laws of this country. The other ground that I'll invite the members' attention is ground number 2A of the grounds, and which was to the effect, Madam Speaker, that there was a lot of intimidation, harassment, and molestation of officers of the county executive of Nairobi County. Madam Speaker, you shall recall that one Janet Ouko testified before this House, and her evidence was not only moving, but indeed embarrassing. That is the situation that the county officials are going through under the leadership of the governor who is charged before you today. Ground 2B was in respect of the daughter's travel. A lot of evidence, overwhelmingly so, have been tendered before this House to show that indeed there was unlawful use of county or public funds to facilitate the travel of the governor's daughter to New USA. Has that charge been proved? Yes, it has been proved overwhelmingly so. Ground number 3, Madam Speaker, I refer to ground number 3B, which was in relation to the question of, at the time the governor was signing the deed of transfer to NMS, what was the state of his mind? In his own words, he said, how about was State House? Walini confused na pombe. Kwanza, by the time I was meeting the president for the signing, I was just seeing zigzag. That is himself. Is that not gross misconduct? I have absolutely no idea then what gross misconduct will amount to. Ground number 3C, the question of whether the governor has been performing his duties continually outside his office. Yes, there was a perfect example that was tendered before this House that demonstrated that the governor held his executive committee meeting at his private residence at Moore Hills in Machakos County. If that is not absence from office, then there could be, if that is not being absence and or discharging your work away from your official office, then there could be no other demonstration beyond that. Madam Speaker, we did prove that point. Ground number 3E of that ground, Madam Speaker, about persistent use of divisive and unbecoming language, as read together with ground number 3F on publishing abusive and unbecoming words and language. Madam Speaker, we have demonstrated more than enough evidence. Audios have been tendered here. Videos have been tendered here. Twitter accounts have been placed before this House showing that indeed there were unprintables and use of words that are not only unbecoming, but unprintable. Madam Speaker, there was also the question of ground number 4, and in particular 4A, which was to the effect that the County Assembly had the belief that the governor has committed crimes under national law. It's not disputed, Madam Speaker, that indeed the governor has been charged with an anti-economic crime offense. It's also not in dispute that the governor, through a court order of the anti-corruption court, has been barred from accessing his office. The County Assembly, based on those grounds, has sufficient reasons to believe that the governor has committed a crime. Madam Speaker, the issue here is about a belief, and belief is not equivalent to prove beyond reasonable doubt that the governor has committed that crime. All that the county is supposed to demonstrate is that there's a belief. That anti-corruption case and the orders that have been placed before you is enough to constitute a belief. Madam Speaker, we are asking this Senate to implement the law and discharge its function. This is the capital city of Nairobi, and there will be no way that we can take chances on matters, management, leadership, and accountability of this county. Madam Speaker, I want now to call my last learned colleague, the only lady we had in our team, to just say one word as she concludes, as she makes the closing remarks.
It's only 1 minute.
1 minute, Madam Chair.
It's only 1 minute.
We had one of our juniors who worked with us throughout the night, and Madam Lady.
You are wasting the 1 minute.
Come.
Okay, members have pleaded for you. I'll give you 3 minutes.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, honorable senators, the evidence and facts presented before this House has not only met the legal threshold for the impeachment of the governor, but has surpassed the same. We create a nexus of the governor to his office via Section 33 of the County Government Act. Honorable Speaker, honorable senators, pursuant to Article 96, we, the Nairobi City County Assembly, urge you to please allow this motion, impeach His Excellency the Governor, and let him go home peacefully. Thank you.
Thank you. That's time well utilized. Thank you, Council, to the County Assembly. Now we turn to the Council to His Excellency the Governor. Please, 60 minutes, and look for ways of dividing amongst yourselves so that we are on time.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, honorable members. The first thing His Excellency, the Governor of Nairobi, would like to do is to thank you, thank this honorable House, thank each one of you, honorable senators, for taking the time to listen so patiently, even at this very advanced hour in the day. So it is with deep gratitude that we express your patience, indulgence, and also taking of every submission. My lovely friend.
Okay, sorry to interfere.
Yes.
But the young lady was given 3 minutes and she forgot to introduce herself. For the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah,
I yield.
We will, just give us 1 minute, Council.
My apologies. Honorable Speaker, honorable senators, my name is Cynthia Shaunda.
Repeat it again.
Sorry. My name is Cynthia Shaunda. Yes,
Cynthia Shaunda.
Yes.
Thank you very much. These members might be giving you their personal jobs soon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to my lovely friend for introducing herself. It's a pleasure. Madam Speaker, so that we map the way forward, we do not confuse honorable members, and so that you have an expectation of what is to be done, my lovely friend Mr. Nyamo will address the issues raised as he also touches on the questions that honorable members, honorable senators have raised. And my learned friend Mr. Ondieki will follow for another 20 minutes, and then I will close. We have equally divided the time, and so we request. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I yield.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Madam Speaker and honorable members, I may have to introduce myself to the Speaker. My name is Wilfred Nyamu, part of the team for the Governor. Mr. Speaker, on our part, we endeavor to address this House on the question of the charges that have been preferred and proceed to convince this House that those charges have not been substantiated. Madam Speaker, if you allow us, we have authorities, Madam Speaker, from courts of law, which, though not binding upon this House, would guide the manner in which this House delivers its decision. We do request that we be allowed to supply the same. We have copies with us. There are two authorities on the question of impeachment as dealt with by both this House and the High Court and the Court of Appeal. Madam Speaker, before we begin, we would request that we be allowed to supply those authorities.
Sorry, repeat again. What do you want to supply?
We have authorities from
And for what purpose would you?
Those authorities, we wish to supply them to the House so that as we submit, the House may consider the authorities, even when it retires, to deliver this decision.
That is not our procedure. Our procedure is that your last submission is your verbal submission. The members have been reading all your submissions for the last few days. By the way, members have been reading. So I think they have formed their opinion.
Madam Speaker, with due respect, and I believe my senior Justice, Honorable Justice Mazaya, would bear me out. When you have submissions, it would be important to use legal authorities being decisions of courts or even this House that would guide this House even as it considers those submissions. And even our submissions are based to some extent on those authorities.
Council Nyamu, unless Matsai would like to comment on this, I wanted to just guide you that there'll be nobody to lead us in those submissions. We have closed submissions. They were closed a few days ago, and nobody will be able to guide us on them. So it's better that we be fair to both sides. We don't introduce anything. Just go ahead and give us your closing statement.
Very well, my lady.
Senator Pareno would like to say something.
Madam Speaker, I think we would stand more guided or guided better unless the other councils have a problem with us being given authorities. This being past this guide us as a house as to how other impeachments have been handled. So it would also be good for us to be informed, even if we have already followed up all the proceedings and probably by now we have made up our minds. It's still good practice to have authorities accompany those submissions, and there will not be of any harm unless there is an objection from either side.
Yeah, I'll ask Senator Watangula, please.
Madam Speaker, ordinarily and in good practice, counsel for both parties normally exchange documents, including but not limited to authorities. This is what they should have done. But being where we are and determining a matter of this weight, I think good practice would enjoin us, Madam Speaker, through you, to allow the two authorities that the lawyer wants to cite, on the understanding that fairness requires that you will give counsel for the assembly an opportunity to comment on them after they have been cited and quoted to support the case for the governor. But the council should have known that these are part of documents you ought to have exchanged and filed with the Senate in the course or at the beginning of the proceedings. Lastly, Madam Speaker, it is a matter that we encourage you to bend backwards and accommodate a man whose life in politics is on the line, but give an opportunity for the lawyers on the other side to commend. It is good practice. We don't need to waste a lot of time on this. I think exercise your discretion, bend towards justice, and let's move on.
Yeah, maybe Senator Wetangula, before you leave, I wanted you to comment on at what point are we going to listen to those?
The authorities don't have to hold the proceedings by circulating documents to everybody. All he needs to do is to say, I have the case of Wambora versus the Republic, or the case of so-and-so versus so-and-so, and I'm going to cite this. In the process, if there are any senators who will need the copies to look at and make comments when you'll give us that hour for us to make comments, we can make comments. But the first bite will be the colleagues across the floor who will be given an opportunity to comment on those authorities.
Okay, before I even ask them to make a comment on the admissibility of that, Senator Matsayo, then I'll come to Senior Counsel Mogeni.
Asante Bispika. Bispika, pia mimi nilikuwa nataka kuongea kusema kama vile hakuna makosa yoyote kwa wakili Nyamu kutupatia sheria ambazo ziliweza kuwekwa hapo mbeleni, ambazo zinaweza pia vile kuweza kuweka ushawishi mwema kwa bunge letu hili la Senate kufikia uamuzi ambao utakuwa uko na haki. Kwa hiyo mimi sioni shida yoyote ya hiyo, ikiwa vile kwa upande huu wa mashtaka, kabla akiwa yeye anaendelea kuongea aweze kuwapatia saa hizi, ili wao wakiwa wanamsikiza wanazipitia zile, alafu lakini yeye aweze, sio ile yote, lakini kuweza pale mahali ambapo alikuwa anataka kusema, aende kwa ile paragraph ambayo anataka kusema, aiseme hiyo, aiwache hivyo, apatie mwenzake, aifafanue tu kidogo, alafu aachilie hapo. Manake huwa saa nyingine tunaweza kupita mpaka. Asante Bi Speaker.
Okay, Senator Mogeni, and please, we are eating into their time already. Senator Mogeni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if the authorities will assist this House in ensuring that the process that we are undertaking will not be in breach of the Constitution or any statutes, then it's only fair and in the interest of fairness and justice that those authorities be supplied to this House. Madam Speaker, as you heard from the lawyers for the County Assembly, this process that we are undertaking is a quasi-judicial process, and it is subject to the supervisory jurisdiction of the High Court under Article 165. So guided by our own fifth schedule and Rule Order 24, it is only fair that we allow both parties to present their case to their satisfaction so that they don't leave this house feeling that they were denied a hearing. But what is of importance, Madam Speaker, is that counsel for the Assembly should be given at least a few minutes to also comment on those decisions. That way will be seen to be fair to both parties. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Finally, on the side of senators, Senator Ochila Yako.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are operating under very strict timelines, and I also believe that the lawyers are entitled to rely on the authorities. I think the tidy thing to do is for them to make reference to those authorities and to share copies with their counter opposing counsels. They do not need to consume more time by giving it to us. When we are making our decisions as a house, those who may be at sea when it comes to law can consult any of the lawyers that they think are able to advise them properly. But taking time to distributing to us will occasion long sitting, which is unnecessary.
Counsel to the Assembly, I think you have heard the majority think they are of no negative consequence to you, but I give you the right of reply to that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Under our practice, such authorities, Madam Speaker, ought to have been availed to us even before we commence the proceedings. We have already closed our case. Madam Speaker, it's very difficult for me to comment when senior legal mind, led by Honorable Senator Wetangula, have already taken a position on the same. But Madam Speaker, then I would request that you give us time to reply if you are to rule that my learned colleague does refer to those authorities. Time after they've concluded their submissions that we can also refer and make comments on those authorities. Ordinarily, would have been given an opportunity for us to come with counter authorities to the same. But due to the strictness of time, Madam Speaker, it will be very difficult for us. Let that disadvantage also go on record that we were disadvantaged at the instance of the governor. I thank you.
Malala, you have a different opinion? I had closed that.
Madam Speaker, I don't want to be technical about our approach to this matter, and in the fairness of time. We've sat here for 2 days, we've heard, and I want us to be very frank with each other, that in as much as this is a quasi-judicial process, Madam Speaker, this is a political process. We might want to sit here, talk a lot of English, but a decision has been made. If we can save time, Madam Speaker, and wind up, because a decision will be made through a vote. So if we can save time, whether you quote authorities at this moment, or you don't quote authorities, or you reply, or you don't reply, we are going to vote. And some of the people who are coming to vote and make a decision on whether Governor Sonko is going to be impeached or not are not even listening to those authorities you are quoting. So we are wasting a lot of time, Madam Speaker. We'd rather just find a way of concluding this matter, then go direct, so that we save time. Remember, Madam Speaker,
there's a point of order for
yes,
Senator Pareno.
I'm on a point of order, so it can't be a point of order on a point of order. I'm concluding, Madam Speaker.
Are you on a point of order or you are contributing?
It was a point of order, Madam Speaker.
Well,
so finally, Madam Speaker, I want to remind ourselves that we are going to vote 11 times. We are going to vote on every charge. So if we sit here, we shall leave here at 2 a.m. in the morning, Madam Speaker. And therefore it is, with all fairness, we have elderly people seated in this house who won't manage to sit up to 2 a.m. So if we can find a way which we can conclude, so that we just go straight to the vote, I think, Madam Speaker, it will be fair enough and convenient for this house. Thank you.
Okay, finally, Senator Pareno, you're back. She was on a point of order now.
Madam Speaker, I think it would not be proper if it goes on record that this Senate is saying that councils here, by trying to make their case, are wasting time by producing or giving us authorities. I think that is not fair. It is not a fair comment. We are here, we've been here for the last 2 days to hear them on whatever case they have from both sides. And we cannot say, for some of us, the learned colleagues would not want to say that authorities are a waste of time. There are best practices out there that we need to learn from. So that is unfortunate, and I think it is not fair to have that comment on record.
Thank you. I thought you were on a point of order, but you have contributed further. Senator Mwaura, so that I close this, I want to close it, please. The final person is Senator Mutula, and I make a decision.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think this matter is quite dicey, because if you are to give an opportunity to introduce authorities on already when the county assembly, council have made their closing statement, even when they may have an opportunity to rebut, I think, in my opinion, I do not quite agree. And so therefore I agree with the council that this matter should rest, that actually the governor should make his closing, or the council for the governor should make their closing remarks, but also to say that, Madam Speaker, it's very unfortunate to hear my colleague Senator Malala saying that a decision has already been made. It has not been made. I think we are a house of reason. We are here to be persuaded, for or against. And we are exercising our constitutional duty, and we owe it to Kenyans to do so. So, well, I know it has been long and tedious, but let us hear everybody out, and let us make a decision based on those submissions. And also, Kenyans do believe that the integrity of senators is beyond reproach. I submit that, Madam Speaker, that those authorities may not be admissible at this point in time.
Senator Mutula.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard some of the comments while I was in the corridor, and the statements by Senator Malala are unfortunate, because that can easily lead to the impression that we have made a decision. Madam Speaker, as I've said this before, and I want to repeat, that the plenary session is unlike the committees, because in the committee reports, and it's the first time I'm dealing with an impeachment without my big volume, there's always precedent that we have followed. And Eunice Gishang is here, our very good deputy clerk, and who has assisted us in various impeachment proceedings using some sort of legal authority. Now, for purposes of legal authority, it's not like you're introducing evidence. You're introducing, this good gentleman, my learned friend for the assembly, talked about threshold, talked about our duty, and one of them actually mentioned the word nexus. The word nexus is legal authority. So I don't think there will be any prejudice if he cited an authority with regard to impeachment proceedings, provided also that the lawyers can respond. But even then, since Mr. Nyamo is a senior lawyer, I think it's only fair, as a good example, that at the very least, those authorities should have been availed to his junior counsel, who long before, so that we avoid this idea that you're ambushing them with legal authority, because the idea of submitting authority is that your colleagues should have an opportunity of looking for counter authority. You are disadvantaging them to some extent, because they are going to comment on your authorities as opposed to producing counter authorities. But there is really no harm, because we have set precedent and there's legal authority, but the only objection, and I think in future, Madam Speaker, we're going to request these councils in future to do written submissions with their authorities in future, so that then, even for our purposes, the non-lawyers can also benefit from the wisdom of these authorities. Some of us might understand these legal authorities, but not everybody is a lawyer in this chamber. I hope, Madam Speaker, and with the wisdom of Senator Wetangula, who is our senior, and most likely more senior than anybody else except Senator Wako, I think there is reason in trying to balance it so that nobody says they were not given an opportunity. We have sat here for a whole day. I don't think the authority will take 1 hour.
Thank you, Senators. I think everybody is leaning towards let's allow them to introduce. Whoever would like to use the authorities will use them, but priority will be given again to the council, to the county assembly. Please read. I will give you 10 minutes. I better be precise now. That's going to be 10 minutes. So you read them and prepare your reactions towards those authorities at the end of their submission. Now that takes me back then to, I'll withdraw and sympathize and give you the 60 minutes that is due to you. So I will not reduce anything except a point of order from Senator Ongeri.
I want your guidance. When we allow the authorities to be quoted in this session, it will appear in Hansard. And I'm mindful of the fact that the legal counsel on both sides have the liberty to move to the higher court for further interpretation. How would the records of this House read if it's one-sided, where the authorities have been quoted and the other side has not had ample time to peruse through those authorities and give a counter proposal? Because in the interest of equity and fairness, I think it will appear, Madam Speaker, that it's only fair that when these authorities are being quoted, that the other side will have adequate time to reply, so the records in the Hansard will reflect accordingly what has transpired in this session.
Now you're tempting me to give Senator Sitswil Amos Wako, and in your point of order, please respond to what Senator Ongeri has asked, because those of us who are not lawyers may not understand the way you understand.
No, first, thank you, Madam Speaker. First, it would have been good if the practice which I used to know before, practicing in court, authorities are submitted the day before the hearing and also given to the other side so that they all prepare. But it does appear that the advocates for the county of Nairobi have been taken unawares. Two, although they have been taken unawares, I still think that, and although we also have been taken unawares, I think the point that Senator Malala was saying, but he put it very crudely, with utmost respect, is that we have to decide tonight. In other words, we do not have the luxury of retiring 1 or 2 days, reading through the documents, the evidence, and whatnot, and then coming back to vote. We have to decide tonight. And that's why you have made a very good decision for the other side to have at least 5 minutes to respond. Ordinarily, it would still be unfair, but in the circumstances of this matter, I believe I heard the advocate say that the authorities is going to quote are authorities of the High Court and of the Court of Appeal of Kenya. And I believe that we have in this House people who are aware of all those authorities, so that even if he doesn't quote some authorities, we are aware of all authorities. They have passed through us, particularly those who are now serving a second term. And therefore, it may not be all that inconvenient. But what I would advise you, because of the time factor, do not quote too much. Just a small reference and you move on, so that you can shorten the time of submission. In other words, you're not a court of appeal where you're going to take 1 hour just on one authority, distinguishing this and that and so on. Be very brief on it, because time has gone. And I believe that members would want to finish and to exercise their right to vote, and we finish the matter. Thank you.
Thank thank you very much. Now, the most senior of the senior lawyers in the House has spoken and has almost tilted the balance again because of how it can be referred. Just for avoidance of the eventuality of one group going to court, and I think the Assembly Councillor said they would like it to be on record. Is that right? Yes, already said yeah, they would like it to be on record. I think what we need to do is just proceed, cite them, don't distribute them. The members will know where to find them. Because if we proceed, as earlier said, we could still have to carry a package of this decision, not just now, but as presidents. So my ruling now is that we rule against any distribution of any new introduction of authorities that were not introduced on time. You can cite them. They will be able to refer to them. Thank you. So please, we have no time. Let's proceed. Your 60 minutes runs from now.
Much obliged, Madam. Madam Speaker and honorable members, I wish to submit that in the first place, this honorable House has been charged by a very serious and noble responsibility by the Constitution, and none of the houses of Parliament or legislature have been bestowed with. The task of dealing with the question as to whether an elected person shall continue to hold office is a very noble task and a very serious responsibility that warrants a serious and well-thought decision. Madam Speaker, a governor is elected pursuant to the exercise of democratic rights of the citizens of this country. And although a CEO, he is elected by the citizens of this country within a certain county. In this case, the county of Nairobi elected Governor Mike Sonko overwhelmingly. He had over 800,000 votes. And now the Assembly, through the move of the motion, in exercise of powers under Article 181 and Section 33 of Article 181 of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Governments Act, is now threatening to remove him from office. Madam Speaker, I would urge this honorable House to consider the writing on in the Constitution under Article 1, that is the sovereignty of the people of Kenya and supremacy of the Constitution when considering this particular matter. Madam Speaker, I would urge this House to consider the provisions of Article 259 of the Constitution, wherein it is provided that the Constitution shall be considered holistically, and no provision of the Constitution shall be looked at in isolation. Madam Speaker, it is provided, and I wish to refer the House to Article 1 on sovereignty of the people, where the people of Kenya have the power and right to exercise their democratic rights, either directly or indirectly. In this case, they've elected Governor Sonko in exercise of their democratic rights to govern themselves, but they've delegated that power to him to govern them. Madam Speaker, the governor has, as a matter of political rights envisaged under Article 38(3) of the Constitution, the right to seek election to hold a public office, and if elected, to hold that office. That power, that right, Madam Speaker, should not be interfered with. In any case, without substance. Madam Speaker, I wish to submit that these proceedings before this House were initiated at the County Assembly, Madam Speaker, under powers bestowed upon the Assembly under this Constitution. At that particular moment, the first thing is that there was a court order, Madam Speaker, which was ignored. Madam Speaker, in that regard, I wish to refer this House to the first document, that is the affidavit of the governor, marked volume 1 at page 96. Madam Speaker, you note that there was an order in force. The order was issued by Justice Murima, not Justice Nzioki wa Makau, Madam Speaker, and that order was in force. Madam Speaker, it is incumbent upon all state actors by virtue of Article 10 of the Constitution on the doctrine of the rule of the law and promotion and protection of the Constitution to respect all the authority under the Constitution, Madam Speaker. One of the authorities, Madam Speaker, is the authority bestowed upon the judiciary under Article 159, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is provided under Article 159 of the Constitution, Madam Speaker, that judicial authority is derived from the people of Kenya and vests in and shall be exercised by courts and tribunals established by or under this Constitution. Madam Speaker, that particular court order was actually derived from a court of law established under this Constitution, which court is part of the judiciary and which order was issued under the judicial authority under Article 159, and the same ought to have been respected. The court assembly, the county assembly ought to have deferred its motion, obeyed the court order, instead of proceeding despite the court order. Madam Speaker, this is not the first time that that is happening, and that issue was settled in the case of Governor Martin Wambora, where impeachment proceedings were taken out, despite a court order. And the proceedings were set aside eventually by the court. Madam Speaker, I would urge this Honorable House to disregard that impeachment process for being a nullity and in violation of the Constitution, and hence devoid of any efficacy. Madam Speaker, I wish to also point out that before the mover of the motion took the step that he took in proceeding with a motion, it was incumbent upon them, Madam Speaker, to first exercise avenues within their precincts before inviting this Honorable House. And that remedy is under Article 185. Madam Speaker, through these proceedings we've been taken through these proceedings where it has been denied, it has not been shown that before initiating an impeachment motion, they ever made any attempts at even exercising their powers under Article 185, that is the power to oversight the governor or any state officer, which they never did. They also have power under Article 195 to summon, which they never did. And Madam Speaker, as it is, and all the world over, impeachment, since impeachment interferes with the fundamental rights of an individual, ought to be the last resort. Madam Speaker, nothing in those allegations and the charges could not have been cured through the exercise of oversight under Article 185 of the Constitution, Madam Speaker, and I would urge this Honorable House to find that this process was premature and that the Assembly or the mover of the motion had not exhausted all the available machinery to them before invoking their powers under Article 181. Madam Speaker, in that regard, I would wish to quote an authority in relation to Governor Wambora. That is, Madam Speaker, the Court of Appeal case number 194 of 2015. That is Martin Nyaga Wambora versus the County Assembly of Embu, wherein the court, at paragraphs 19, 20, all the way to paragraph 25, has opined that impeachment ought to be an act of the last resort. Madam Speaker, in this particular case, at paragraph 20, the court said that it is common knowledge that Kenya is bestowed with politics. And Madam Speaker, and politics is polarized with a growing polarity between the county government and members of the county assembly, and might this undermine the objects of the Constitution on devolution, which is in these nascent stages. Might this in turn polarize public opinion? Do powers of the county assemblies to impeach governors constitute a sword of Damascus that might undermine democratic governance and emasculate devolution? Do governors have to look over their shoulders all the times to ensure that they do not rub the county assembly members the wrong way, lest they incur the wrath through impeachment? If so, is this healthy for devolution? How will the expectations of the Constitution be better safeguarded and met? Madam Speaker, it is based on this particular pronouncement by the Court of Appeal, that I wish to submit that these particular proceedings were premature in the first instance. Madam Speaker, again, looking at the charges, we've gone through the motions of looking at the evidence that was presented before the House. The governor has given evidence. None of those documents that have been presented here, Madam Speaker, in a case where the governor is alleged to have committed or violated the Constitution and the law, and more specifically, the County Governments Act, the Public Procurement and Disposals Act, and the Public Finance Management Act. Nothing has been shown, no nexus has been shown to exist, no connection between the acts alleged to have been committed with the governor. No document has been shown that has been signed by the governor, and no collusion has been demonstrated to have occurred between the governor and any officer. Madam Speaker, I wish to refer this House to Article 179 of the Constitution, Your Honor, where it is provided that at paragraph 1, sub-article 1, that there shall be a county executive committee, Madam Speaker. And this county executive committee, Madam Speaker, is the one that sits and formulates policies, Madam Speaker. The governor does not sit and unilaterally make a decision. The governor makes or formulates policies collectively with the county executive committee, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, that particular provision of the Constitution is complemented by Section 30 of the County Governments Act. Madam Speaker, there is misconception which has been laid before the House by the County Assembly through their council that the buck stops with the governor. Madam Speaker, at no time does the governor make a decision alone. He is bound by law, and it has not been shown that the governor unilaterally formulated a policy without the CECs. Madam Speaker, the only role that the governor has under Section 30, being the CEO, you'll find that under Section 30L, the governor signs or causes to be published in the County Gazette notice of all important or formal decisions made by the governor or by the county executive committee. So when the executive committee formulates policy, then the governor gazettes. Madam Speaker, it was held by this House just a few months ago in the case of the governor for Kirinyaga, that is Her Excellency Anne Waiguru, that the governor cannot be vicariously held liable for anything that goes wrong within the county government. Madam Speaker, we've been taken through charges where it has been alleged that Procurement Law and Public Finance Management Act have been violated, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and sorry when I stop talking, it's because I'm used to addressing the court. Madam Speaker, as it is, nexus has to be shown, that a connection has to be shown between the act complained about and the governor, especially when it comes to matters procurement and matters Public Finance Management Act. Madam Speaker, the mover of the motion, when he was being cross-examined, admitted that there are accounting officers appointed in the county government of Nairobi.
Yeah, Nyamu and the council, that light tells you that your first 20 minutes is over. So we are trying to help you manage your time. So your first 20 minutes is over, and you are now in the next 20 minutes. But it's how you agree.
Very well, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it was through cross-examination, it was admitted that there are different county accounting officers. Madam Speaker, that takes us to Section 148 of the